je ne l'ai pas vu. Alors, par contre, excusez-moi monsieur Bernou, on va bientôt commencer, donc si vous pouviez aller sur scène.
Je vais aller sur scène.
Merci beaucoup.
Je fais
Et voilà, ça, non en fait, alors il y a 2 micros sur scène, il y en a un pour les 2 premiers sièges et le micro sans fil, vous allez le partager à 3.
Très bien, on va laisser
Voilà.
D'accord. Ok. Donc moi, l'idée c'est que moi j'ai encore un egg sitting in my room. C'était ça, hein, ce que j'ai vu. Ouais.
Bonjour. Bienvenue, bonjour. Je m'appelle Patty Fong.
My name is Patty Fong. I don't speak French very much, so I'll moderate the session in English. I'm sorry.
Google Translate. Welcome, everyone, to the event Tackling the Triple Crisis, How Sustainable Agriculture Can Deliver on Climate, Biodiversity, and Sustainable Development. I'm honored to be here. We'll have two excellent panels today. But before we start off, I'll tell you a little bit about our organization. I'm with the Global Alliance for the Future of Food. We're an alliance of philanthropic foundations that are working together and with others to transform food systems to be sustainable, healthy, resilient, and equitable. And for us, it is integral that addressing food systems in climate cannot be inseparable from addressing biodiversity, from addressing health, from food security, or from more equitable and better livelihoods. We already heard, was today, December 10th, 10 days ago, it's all a bit of a blur, that there was a leaders' declaration on food and agriculture and climate action, and it was an important first step in recognizing the interconnection. We're now a bit of a tense moment that this commitment in the leaders' declaration has not been reflected in the global stocktake. None of the countries that have signed up to the leaders' declaration have actually put forward food systems in the global stocktake, and this is important because this sets the stage for direction of travel of how we're going to address food in the next round of nationally determined contributions. We've also seen the release of the first draft of the FAO's roadmap for SDG 2, for addressing hunger and for aligning with the Paris Agreement. Also welcome first step, also insufficient. It's not addressing enough issues around biodiversity and nature. It doesn't mention the dependency of food systems, especially industrial food systems, on fossil fuels. And it's not holding farmers to be central in the process of how we transform our food systems. So we're going to dig into this, on this interconnection and how we can better address all these aspects through agriculture. So first, I'd like to welcome David Cooper, Acting Executive Secretary of the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, Martial Bernot, Senior Natural Resources Officer for the Office of Climate Change, Biodiversity, and Environment at the FAO, and Dinah, sorry. Rachel's over here, panel 2. Dana Raka Michelin from OP2B, and we'll go into the acronym in a little bit later. So first, David, I want to ask you to kind of kick us off. Last year, we saw the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework adopted at last year's COP28 Convention on Biological Diversity, and it was a landmark agreement to reverse biodiversity loss. And we know that agriculture-driven land use change, mostly deforestation, but also intensive input-based farming, are major drivers of biodiversity loss. Considering the centrality of agriculture in restoring biodiversity, how does this GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework, address the impacts from agriculture? And how can we track the progress made against the targets set for 2030?
Thanks very much, Patty, sorry. Yes, thanks very much, Patty, and thanks to the Government of France for hosting this, and to the Global Alliance for the Future of Food and FAO and the other partners. I mean, clearly, nothing is more important for the future of biodiversity than how we manage our food and agricultural systems, and therefore we'll see in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework really practically all of the goals and targets of that framework are relevant to food and agriculture. There are some there specifically focusing on agriculture. For example, Target 10, which is looking for agriculture as well as aquaculture, forestry, and fisheries to be sustainable, but to be sustainable by making better use of biodiversity in those systems. So on farm, making better use of pollinators. And we know that many of our crops are under-yielding because of a lack of abundance and diversity of pollinators. We know that we could improve the management of pests and diseases by allowing the natural enemies of those pests and diseases to do their job. And we know that soil biodiversity needs to be improved if we want to improve soil fertility and soil structure and manage the use of nutrients more effectively in the system. So there's a whole range of things that can be done where biodiversity and agriculture can be more mutually supportive rather than antagonistic. And this then links to other targets of the framework. So we have, for example, in Target 7, which is about pollution, specific numerical targets to halve the wastage or the loss to the environment of nutrients, which is coming from human waste, but also very largely from fertilizers, obviously nitrogen, phosphorus, key among them. Loss of nutrients to the environment isn't good for anyone. Right? And also a target to halve the risk from pesticides to biodiversity. But you also mentioned, of course, land use change, and in this case, looking at how we plan the entire landscape as set out in Target 1 is also vital. And then, of course, behind all this, there's a number of other drivers. So the target there on subsidies, to reform subsidies, in particular to reduce subsidies that are harmful, subsidies and other incentives that are harmful to biodiversity by at least 500 billion per year by 2030 is also included in those targets. And you mentioned, of course, the importance of engaging farmers and other stakeholders in everything we do. There are specific targets that calling for the participation of everyone, calling for a gender-responsive approach. The framework's underpinned by a human rights-based approach, and today is Human Rights Day. Just a happy human, well, maybe not so happy Human Rights Day, but let's celebrate and mark the 75th anniversary of the UN Declaration on Human Rights. Just very quickly, now, yesterday, as part of Nature Day, there was a declaration calling for a joint statement by the presidency of this meeting, UAE, and the presidency of COP15, the CBD COP15, China, supported by many others, calling for better integration of NBSAPs, National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans, which are now being developed to put in place what is needed at the national level to implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, to make sure they are linked with the NDCs, as the NDCs will have to be ramped up in light of the stocktake here. And of course, the same really goes for food, food policy, agricultural policy as well. We definitely need to see much more integration because, yes, food and agriculture is major driver of biodiversity loss, but food and agriculture is also completely dependent on biodiversity. We need to work towards a much more synergistic arrangement as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And now the next question goes for Martial. The Paris Agreement has obliged members to set national emissions reductions plans, these nationally determined contributions, the NDCs that we've been talking about, that David mentioned, through 2030. And as he's mentioned, agriculture is a major driver of greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, it's responsible for a third of greenhouse gas emissions. And our most recent report that agriculture, or actually food systems more broadly, consumes at least 15% of global fossil fuels that are burned each year. So it's not only highly energy intensive, it's highly fossil fuel intensive. And as I mentioned earlier, the FAO's roadmap doesn't even mention the word fossil fuels in its report. So, are we on the right track towards 2030? And how is FAO supporting the integration of agriculture in climate solutions?
Allô? OK. Je vais répondre en français.
I will answer in French. We're in French pavilion. I could do it in English, though. I think the audience is much more French speaking here. I will try to give some elements, some answers to this question that usually would take hours. FAO, agriculture, this is our specialization, food systems. We are helping countries in their transition to respond to different crises like climate crisis, but also biodiversity crisis. David has just mentioned it. We must see that here we're convinced where there are negotiations, so we'll start maybe by this. You have mentioned the Paris Agreement. There are two visions, two different approaches, complementary in the negotiations. The negotiations that are made under the umbrella of the convention. It's about food production that is mentioned in the objective, that is at the heart of the convention, but there is a negotiation work that concerns agriculture and food safety. It's called Sharm el-Sheikh, a joint work in English. That is a series of negotiations that was called Coronavia and Joint Agriculture. The negotiations are blocked right now. Some procedural matters. We'll see each other again in June, and we'll see what we'll do then. So we didn't advance much in terms of agriculture. It's too bad, because that's a bad signal for the General Convention. Now you have the Paris Agreement. That's a completely different approach. We're asking each country to put on the table the national policies. So there, every country does what he thinks is the best for the country, and food systems may be completely anchored depending on the governments. But we have to say that there's not many NDCs that stress the food safety, and the convention doesn't work. That could send a signal to put it in every NDC. But the situation is what it is. The negotiations are always complex. This is what the game is about. It's very complex. If all the countries will agree, that will be a very strong element for the future. There's the presidency of the COP. They just announced the declaration of the Emirates for the food system signed by 150 countries. Some of the persons that I meet on the COP tell me, I don't understand the negotiators, it doesn't work, and the countries at the same time sign. Yes, they sign, but they sign a declaration. A declaration is not, do you agree to work on these matters? The question is, how do we implement it? And this is real negotiations. So we're moving, but not very quickly. 2030 is soon. And the peasants cannot wait. They have to produce. They need to eat on an everyday basis. So it's a little frustrating to see that there is a political engagement in the COP and the negotiations do not work. It's a fact. It will happen later, I hope. So that would be the political side. It is very important, but at the same time there is another chapter. It's finance, access to finances for those who really need it. Small farmers and small communities that are the first ones to be impacted. But this is connected to the political aspect. But because when we in the FAO we bring a project to the Green Fund for climate, the first verification is to check if this project is backed up by a national policy. And if there is no political engagement, the probability to have access to finance is pretty much reduced. So we have to work on the link between finance and politics. And here comes the third pillar, the data and the tools to be able to monitor. Because if we have no framework that could verify what our promises and what is received in terms of finances, in other words, we need tools. The FAO, in order to do this, we've launched at the COP27 on an Egyptian initiative. We launched a plan for the necessary transformation that takes on all the challenges, not only climate. We cannot work in silos. That's impossible. And this initiative will be based on these three pillars. One, finances. The second one, politics, ODDs. And we work in the FAO, in my office, with my colleague Frédéric Aster, that you must know, who tackles the biodiversity, to see how we can align the policies and the ODDs and the CDNs in the long run. So it's about convergence of policies. It's very important. So this FAST initiative, it's called FAST, launched at COP27. In a few hours there will be the launch of a new partnership. There's so many initiatives that have been launched, and we really need to work to make them something real and concrete. So we're launching a partnership on the auspices of the UN. The FAO will be the secretariat. That ensures that all the countries will be around the table to discuss, and it's open to all all the actors, science, non-governmental organizations, and so on. This is what we are trying to implement, put in place. I have a few flyers here on this partnership, and one of the first activities we made analysis of climatic finances. You can't read from here, but it's a sum up of the situation in the climatic financing. This is an arrow that goes this way, this direction. The finances go down. 10 years ago, 35%. That's about official health aids for development. 10 years ago, the investments for agriculture and food systems were around 30-35% of climatic finances. There's more money today, and agriculture is less than 20% now. So there's a certain erosion of the attractiveness of this sector, and this is something that has to be changed. So this is the first lesson to be drawn for it. We really need to work on these aspects. And we launch also a roadmap. I know there's a lot of expectancies. I can't tell you because it's going to be launched at 11:30. But let's be sincere, we're not going to reinvent the wheel. It's an aggregate on all we know about the actions that should be put in place to reach and combine two objectives, net zero, ODD 2, and to remain on the right path to 1.5 degrees, to make sure that everything that we can do and that we can do, we have to show that agriculture is full of solutions. In many countries, we're talking about agriculture bashing. We can see agriculture only from the negative side. But the sector employs 1.28 billion persons, and they feed the planet. So it's time to see the positive side and the side of solutions that could be brought and will benefit to the climate and the biodiversity, the pollution, and above all, on the food safety. I'm going to stop here for now. I'll get in details if necessary.
Thank you, Martial. So Dana, Martial talked a lot about tools and data frameworks to verify and measure progress for countries. You represent One Planet Business for Biodiversity, OP2B, with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. So we also need the same thing if we're going to work with businesses to transition. And many of them, so for example, there is the COP28 presidency's Regenerative Landscapes Initiative that was launched last week. Many are committing to scaling regenerative agriculture in their supply chains as a way to decarbonize their systems, promote biodiversity, and improve farmer livelihoods with their operations. So these all seem very positive, high level, but how do we actually make sure that they're actually delivering and truly supporting a deep shift to regenerative agriculture, really empowering farmers, really improving their livelihood? So over to you.
Merci Patty. Bonjour à tout le monde.
Well, thank you very much. I'll be answering in French as well. I'm more used to answering questions in English, and I'll be trying not to speak Franglish. As you mentioned, the One Planet Business for Biodiversity has been launched in 2019 within the One Planet Lab framework. Thanks to the support from Emmanuel Macron, we are now part to the WBCST. OP2B is a coalition, a company coalition, an international one that gathers 32 private companies who decided to unite in order to transform agriculture systems and restore biodiversity. This is done through regenerative agriculture upscaling. Companies that now belong to the coalition represent the whole value chain, which is of huge importance for us. We need this degree of cooperation from the cooperatives to the producers themselves. Among the companies, we have French ones, the In Vivo Group, notably, which is represented today, but also other sectors, various sectors, food, agriculture, like with the Danone Group, cosmetics, L'Oréal, L'Occitane, the textile industry, LVMH, Kering, LVMH, and the finance companies like Capital and others that belong to, that take part in the same conversation. As you mentioned, Patty, these companies gathered under the coalition umbrella are rather ambitious, and have committed to many pledges in favour of the regenerative agriculture, aiming at transforming farming systems to benefit the climate, the planet, and the peasants, the farmers themselves, per se. That's key. These commitments, these pledges are rather ambitious, as I mentioned, but one of the challenges is to bring levels of evidence, to back your ambitions with facts. There are lots of projects now that are led at a world scale, projects that are being implemented in cooperation with the farmers to determine these challenges and to overcome the pitfalls. We started with small pilot projects, now with an upscaling, phase shortly thereafter. We have collective projects, which is a new thing for companies. Companies are used to be working with farmers. It's not new for them, but big groups like Danone, like Nestle are now cooperating together, which is more seldomly the case. There are additional, of course, pitfalls to that because they're big competitors. So now, as I was saying, now you have to you have to prove the progress that you are making. And the thing is, you don't have we lack measurement system harmonization. We know what the impacts are in terms of regenerative agriculture, for the environment, for culture, for human being, but we don't agree about just how to measure them, which is a problem, because as long as you don't measure things in a harmonized and objective way, you don't really know where you are. So in order to overcome this pitfall, OP2B and the WBCST have created a work group that contains and gathers 30 companies and 27 organizations specialized in regenerative agriculture. That represents 1,100 SMEs. This is extremely important because you measure the impact at the farm scale, at the landscape scale, and at the global scale, which global scale is of first importance for companies, because you have to create this link between the reporting and the various directives. As we speak, the ACRD is coming into force. Will be coming into force in the upcoming days. So we create this link between the various scales, which makes it possible to measure things in a reproducible way. It is important for it to be scientific. These measurements, these measuring units can't become a burden for the farmers who already have their share of burdensome procedures. But we are working on that. We've published this week an alignment concerning the impacts in terms of climate, greenhouse gases reduction, carbon storage, notably. Let's not forget to emphasize the holistic approach of the regenerative agriculture. We've published now a study about the impacts, the consequences upon climate, but that's not the only thing. There are also consequences on nature. We have working groups on water, soil's health, human health. We are about to publish an alignment paper by the beginning of 2024, and the private sector has to be aligned in terms of social, cultural and economic consequences. We'll publish something about that in September 2024. And I think, one more thing, one last point I would like to make. I talked a lot about the private sector and its collective effort. It is important for that effort not to remain compartmentalized. It is now connected with Region 10, with the Region 10 initiative that gathers various stakeholders, creating a space for discussion with all these stakeholders. The private sector is represented within this initiative, but also the public sector, or the public sectors, plural, and the farmers. The farmers should be at the very heart of the activities if we are to measure the consequences in an adaptable and reproducible manner, in a consistent way, and if we want measurements to support them in their work.
For a clarification, when you said that you're working with 50 members, 27 business partners to kind of develop consistency, does that also mean working with farmers? Or are you relying on Regen 10? So how are they able to comment on the kind of your program's framework?
J'allais partir en anglais. Alors,
Well, that's an excellent question. We are a companies coalition, as I said. So we get the farmers' feedback via the companies who work with, cooperate directly with them, with the farmers, and that's important. But what's even more important is we make sure it's not on the companies to determine what the measures are, and or measurements. Because when it's coming to it, all these data has to come and comes from the farms, from the agriculture. It should not come merely from the private sector. Via the Region 10 initiative, what we do is we trigger a cooperative process that is initiated by the farmers themselves. We also have other partners within Region 10, like the WFO, the World Farmers Organization, which WFO, using its networks, is, as we speak, bringing the voice of the farmers to us. And the IUCN, yeah, right, as well.
The engagement in Regen 10 as developing an outcomes framework is really important. They really are centering farmers, putting them on the advisory committee, giving them kind of power in commenting and leading the way. But I can see there might be challenges if you're engaging with farmers through your companies, because there is an inherent power dynamic. When companies are bringing the farmers in, farmers are often at the receiving end. They don't really have power to determine what's required in those contracts for them. So we need to find other ways to be creative to really allow them to be very honest and have a more equal say in what it means for them to build out resiliency, not only for the crops that are producing for their for companies, but also for themselves and for their communities. I want to.
Si je peux juste rajouter quelque chose.
If I can add something, we talk a lot about agriculture, about farmers, but we should speak also about local communities and indigenous communities who also belong to this process. And they're important stakeholders.
To you. Sorry, last minute question that came to me for you. So, you mentioned Target 10 in your opening remarks, which focus specifically on elevating agroecology and other practices that are promoting biological diversity. So, can you go into more detail on why this is so significant and what potential do you see for really elevating this Target 10 in agroecology?
Yeah, I mentioned a number of the dimensions of that earlier. For example, with relation to pollinators, with relation to pest control, and with relation to nutrient management, soil fertility, and so on. But key to these, I think, is managing in an integrated approach and making use of biodiversity. So trying to move from where we sometimes have a cycle of perhaps, for example, using or overusing or inappropriately using pesticides, which will, at least in the short term, kill off the pests, but also kill off the natural enemies of the pests. And so you can then get a resurgence of those pests later. As opposed to trying to maintain a system more in balance, where the natural enemies of those pests can exercise some control. And this is well integrated into mainstream integrated pest management programs, a lot that, in fact, FAO has championed and in the past championed, working with farmers on the ground through farmer field schools. And of course, if you do that, you also will have a better population of pollinators. But then you've also got to look at the broader landscape as well. So whatever biodiversity is in the landscape, for pollinators you need, for instance, alternative sources of food, or because the pollen that they're accessing is temporal, so you need alternative sources of food for the pollinators, you need nesting sites for the pollinators and so on. So looking at how you manage biodiversity in the landscape is also important. So these are just some general examples. If we can make better use of that biodiversity, it can actually increase productivity. So it's not only about nature conservation, certainly. It's also about farmers working with those systems to increase productivity. And that relates, of course, to a number of other elements. We have to remember, though, that with increasing total demand, you still have to look at the total picture, and so looking also at the consumption side, looking at, and I think this is well set out actually in the FAO roadmap, looking at the need to move to diets that are more balanced in their footprint and also more nutritious. So at the moment, most nutrients for people are actually produced by predominantly small farmers in diverse landscapes, whereas the larger farms in more uniform landscapes are producing either calories, which are important to some extent, but we know many people have enough calories but don't have enough nutrients, or they're producing basically food for animals. So looking at changing that mix is also important. Again, I think the FAO roadmap has some important elements in there in looking at the need to change the incentive structure that consumers are facing when they're looking at food. We also, of course, have to look, as is being looked at by FAO, into the price of food, the true price of food, and how you can try and reconcile limited incomes with the need actually for farmers also to get greater income. So it's a complex, but I do actually think that the FAO roadmap is a good start. More could be done to align it with the GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework, particularly with regards to the targets on deforestation. But I think there's some important and actually quite courageous elements in that plan. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Marshall, in your previous comments, you mentioned the stalled negotiations on the Sharm el-Sheikh joint work. Part of that has to do with the discomfort of and the false dichotomy between adaptation and mitigation, and this whole concept of food systems and what it actually means is not yet comfortable enough or mature enough amongst the negotiators. So, FAO has put out a number of tools to support this. I was wondering if you can go into some of these tools that are available for countries. Most recently, we actually partnered with FAO, NDC Partnership, WWF, Climate Focus, and the COP28 presidency to provide some guidance for how to integrate food systems into the NDCs as a part of the commitment. By now, I think 150 countries have signed on to the declaration. So there is this minimum baseline of commitment, but there's so much work to be done to support countries to really put that into practice. So please elaborate on some of the tools that are available.
Merci pour cette question.
Thank you much for this question. That refers to what Dana was saying about the method and the harmonizations. I fully agree. We need methods to be able to monitor and to project ourselves to choose the right direction and to choose the compromise, all the synergies. Sometimes you have to do compromise between climate change and biodiversity. You have to know them to make the right choice. So tools about to work on the prediction. And FAO, there is one NDC expert tool. It's about carbon balance, we want to use methods that are recognized at the national level, so we base on the IPCC and its works that are recognized and accepted. So that allows us to make carbon biodiversity and climate. We have wanted the adaptation because it's not the only element that we ABC map. That's mapping to ABC map. You can find it on the internet. It's free. We have the NDC tracking tool. When we have actions, when an investor or a lender can use this, but will that contribute to the ODDs? Will that be compatible to what the countries will do? So we have to ensure this compatibility. Then I myself personally, and we work at FAO, we are under the auspices of UN, who's going the standards and indicators the private sector, not the private sector, because these rules could be easily criticized. This is why we created this initiative to put everyone around the table, so these rules are approved by states and easy to use by the private sector, because very often we have rules that are completely impossible to apply by the private sector. We have something that's excellent but completely useless in the field. So we need to find this compromise between who's writing the rule, it's the public sector, and it has to be useful for the private sector. So all these tools are part of our toolkit developed with several partners like Global Alliance for the Future of Food and others to try to back this roadmap that has a practical will to move forward. But we need to motivate countries to allow them to implement this will. So it's really here between the links between the public and the private. We have to work on the tools so they are useful and complementary. So that would be the question of tools, and now the opposition or dichotomy between mitigation and adaptation. Historically, we see that now that a small farmer cannot work one day on biodiversity, another day on the degradation of soil, another day on adaptation. He's looking for a solution that will be viable for his family, for his community, and if at the same time it's good for the challenges that the planet is facing. So we need this holistic approach. We know it's complex, but we have no choice. We have to address the complexity of the matters. This is why these new tools like ABC Map, we attack the problem of how do we take in consideration the GPF in this tool, for example, so it's useful. It's really this challenge, and these tools keep changing. The objectives are not static, so the objectives are also changing. So we're really open to discuss with you to move forward. Now the food system aspect. I will try to make it short. In the convention, very often we put agriculture, waste, land use separately, and the person who negotiate in the room very often are from the Ministry of Agriculture, of the territories, of breeding. It's not the ministry that is responsible for food systems. The food system is a notion that requires dialogue between the ministry. It's transformation, it's industry, trade. That requires a certain maturity, political maturity, that starts to show slowly, because we're talking more and more about food systems, but negotiators who are in room It's not they're against the food system. They just feel we discuss agriculture. We have to move on this subject. So let's avoid running too quickly. They discuss about the systems for future and food systems, amongst other. These are one of the potentially the systems that will be treated in the new cycle, if they manage to agree. That requires a certain maturity and big work of all the partners that are here on this, to explain what is the benefit of an approach, a food system approach. That's it for me.
Martial. Last question today, and I know we're running a bit behind schedule. I know we wanted to make time for questions from the audience, but what I'm going to do is we're going to switch to a second panel after this last response from Dana, and then we'll open up at the end for questions from the audience. So you talked about the need for standardization, aligning on metrics, and reporting that is pharma-centric and science-based. But can you explain a bit more in detail what you mean by this? What are the implications?
Thank you, Patty. The alignment around the measures is very important for many reasons. First of all, it allows to compare. It forces us to speak about the same things. Even though today we're aligned around the impact, if everyone is measuring the same impact in his own way, we'll never be able to compare to show that there is progress. Like to make these measures, put them in common. That was the first thing. The second is the trust of the investors and of other parties. Today we know that this alignment will allow to unblock investments to finance this transition to this regenerative agriculture. Today the financial actors do not do enough, are not making enough. These are actors who are pushed by data. If we don't manage to align these measures, we won't be able to open a dialogue with financial actors to deblock all these necessary investments. The third thing is on the compliance, legal compliance. The private sector today is not aligning on measures that were taken out of a hat, like magic. We know that the directives that today are in place, like the JHA protocol, the CSRD, SPTN flag, and others, will come into force very quickly. That will force the companies to be compliant with all this. So this alignment of the group taking these measures that are coming from the directives to ensure that they are applicable to different levels, as mentioned. It's very important to understand that the companies do not determine this data by themselves. This data is coming from the farmers. If we don't create this link, we'll never have access to the reporting. The companies will not have access to this reporting and won't be able to be conformant with the regulations. It will also help all the private sector to show that some of the demands are not adapted to the food sector, to the agricultural sector. They were transposed from the energy sector somehow. With the GHG protocol and others, there are some adjustments that have to be done, so we understand better how these measures will change at different levels. And it will also allow to open discussions at the political level. Today there is support, necessary support at different scales, regional, European Commission and in other regions. We don't have yet the right policies that would be put in place to grow the scale, to increase the scale. And the last point that is very important on the alignment of measures is that it's going to allow a collaboration through the value chain. If every actor of the value chain is measuring also using different methods, we'll never have access to this collaboration that is synchronized and that will allow to unblock these other challenges that I have mentioned.
Join me in thanking the panelists, David, Marshall, and Dana, for this first panel. I'd like to welcome up our second panel. So first we have Ms. Sokna Mabaye Mabake from the Senegalese Ministry of Agriculture. We have Oliver Oliveros from the Agroecology Coalition. And we have Pierre Abadi from Tigao Capital, and Rachel Kolbe Semhun from InVivo. So first I'd like to hand it off to Rachel. If you can just provide a bit of opening remarks on your initiative and the challenges and opportunities you see on finance and policy to scale up sustainable agriculture.
Je suis ravie d'être là ce matin.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here this morning, and just to make things crystal clear, I'm in charge of the sustainable development for the InVivo group. InVivo at the very beginning was a cooperatives union, farming cooperatives, which will characterize the point of view from which I'm going to speak, my perspective. I've very much appreciated the first panel, but I don't want to repeat what they said, of course, which I could have done. I will rather build on what has been said in order to go further, to move forward. It's becoming more and more clear today that agriculture can be a part of the solution and not only a part of the problem. So we need to support the transition towards an agri-system that would be far more resilient. The main idea, the resilience, when I say resilience, it's both in an economic, environmental and social point of view. 3 parts. Always bear that in mind. Until recently, people would focus, even during the COPs either, as well, people would focus on one of the 3. In terms of sustainable development, we often have this propensity to concentrate either on social aspects, economic aspects, or environmental aspects. Farming is at the very heart of all the topics. Let's not do it, let's not work in a compartmentalized way. To sum things up, what we need now is to massify the movement. We have objectives by 2030. If we are to meet them, we need to escape the pockets, the transition pockets. I mean, you have transition pockets, you have good exceptions, but let's make it massive. We need alignment. This is of huge importance if we are to trigger regenerative agriculture. We have to diversify the rotations. We have to share a common cap. For those who buy crops like InVivo, or those who buy proteins, or other kinds of crops, of seeds, we have to share the same approach, so that the farmers need to know how to move forward in a consistent, aligned, harmonized way. This is important. What we need also is the ability to measure things. we appreciate all the regulation efforts, because regulation means harmonization. Regulation means everybody knows on what field we are playing, what are the rules of the game. So you know where we are, you have elements of reference. But it has to be feasible. What is important is when a farmer looks at regulation, is there goes to be needs something that doesn't come out of the blue, so nothing that would be made up in a parallel world. Farmers want to produce, and we want all the others need the producers, need the farmers to produce. So the feasibility, the doability is of huge importance. Okay, indicators, frames, laws, regulations, but let's not expect the impossible from farmers. So, third thing, let's not speak about farming as it's outside the system. You have food systems, you have a more global system. Nowadays, in France notably, but not only in France, we have a very much sector-based approach. The R&D efforts are very often about improving a given sector, which is a problem for several reasons. First thing, it reinforces the compartmentalization. When you are, you know how artichokes look like. They are separated into loads of leaves. And it makes it more time-consuming for you to eat it than, say, a potato. And that's the same thing about compartmentalization. So now it's either we think about on a regulation-based way, or we think about the market. And markets are about added value, and the added value here is the sector is low carbon. So we could think about a prime for decarbonized agriculture, but this is something that wouldn't take into account the progressive that we need. So we have to cross-cut the various aspects, mix them, so that if we just look at the value that is produced for a given sector, what we overlook is the other levers. And now, if we are to consider merely the food system, we will also overlook the true, what I call the true value of farming. When a farmer does his job properly, not only does he create food, textile, cotton, pulses, crops, it's something more. There is an additional value layer for. They produce food so that we can eat, of course, but there is something beyond, because when soils are properly managed, it helps fighting against erosion. Erosion means less pollution for the groundwaters, less infrastructures-related issues, because you get less muds, so you have better mobility, so you use less petrol. Proper agriculture means tremendous services for all the stakeholders, all the parts of society, because things are not apart, things are interconnected. So for agriculture to change, you need better prices. And in order to get better prices, you need companies that will buy better. And for the big companies to buy better, to pay more, you need this and that and that, and it's always an A, B, C, D. Inflation in France, for instance, people say I don't buy organic anymore because it's too expensive. All right, this is an issue. We have to get back to what's essential. We have to food properly, but food has to remain affordable, which means we can't keep on saying that farmers will be paid only thanks to the food they produce. All the services farmers provide the world with should have them receiving money, because it's doing something right for the value chain. we need to switch back to the real value that is being produced for all these sectors, all the humanity pockets, all the aspects, all the bits of humanity.
You the first question. You represent the Agroecology Coalition, which is a multi-stakeholder coalition with very diverse set of groups, from civil society to government to research institutions, farmers, indigenous peoples and local communities. That must be really challenging to bring together diverse perspectives. Are they aligned on how they see the vision for transitioning to sustainable agriculture, and what are the challenges that you're hearing or experiencing?
Well, thanks very much, Patty. Align may be a big word. I would... Ah oui, pardon. Je suis désolé. Hein?
I'm sorry. I'll try to answer in French. The alignment is a big word. The meaning of big word in French is different. Never mind. The alignment. We try much more to create a coalition with a common denominator. It's true, we're trying to put ourselves under a big tent to see the perspective of other people. We have to understand where every stakeholder is coming from, what are the worries, and we are not there to impose anything. And I think that's this is usually what's blocking. We all have the tendency to impose. I know what is the best. I know what the solution is. And I think that there is really 3, maybe 4 blockages to make the things forward in the agroecology. The first one is knowledge. The producer, the peasant, the farmer need to be very often to be accompanied to better produce, to better master the management of their environment, to better appreciate what is what the society can bring them. There are many. Then in the agriculture, the farmers do not need do not always need help. They have their solutions. They can propose solutions. When we're talking about innovations, the scientists are not in the field. It's the farmers who are. Another thing that was said in the first panel of the financement, when we're talking about agroecology, it brings recognition, but the recognition of the agroecology and other practice for regenerative practices do not receive necessarily the right finances. They don't recognize for what they are. Not enough, that's for sure. And we need to go beyond this organ finding and to purpose the agricultural support. The third thing is politics. We need to have our own policy to be able to accompany and help the biggest blockage, I think, is the concentration of power. This is the biggest blockage. Because in all the discussions, we always say, who is around the table? Even if you invite people around the table, they don't necessarily have the capacity to negotiate or to assert what we really need. The system puts in this false blockages that put a brake on our movement towards a better agriculture system.
Thank you, Oliver. Next question to Pierre. Pierre, you represent a financial institution, and so which means that when you're looking at how to finance this transition, it has to make business sense. So what are the solutions that are available currently to attract investments to scale this transition and deliver positive impacts.
Merci, Patty. So,
Yes, thank you, Patty. We are managing assets, so we collect world saving. It's 1/3 of the we're collecting money, and we create investment strategies. There are people who are going to buy bonds. We invest in the private world, so invest either in companies that are not listed on the country or in projects. The underlying is projects. It's a management that's very nice and probably we have 40 billion to manage and are responsible for climate strategies that we've launched 6 years ago. And the renewables we've been investing for 10 years is 3.5 billion today. Personally, this subject is, I really cherish it because I'm from a father's family. My grandfather went after the war to the US to see what was going there at the times in terms of mechanization and chemicals, because it was hunger in France at the times. That was called the Green Movement. We multiplied the production times 7, but we were not aware of the fact that our cells were suffering, and today they are dying, because at times the biology of the cells was not understood. So I married myself to a person who has an agroecological farm. So I went from agriculture, the mass agriculture, financed by my grandfather, to live today in a small farm with my children, managed by my wife. Why is it important? It's because we became aware of the fact that today it's impossible to eat food that is not poisoned. It's not, you cannot buy it. It's a big effort that it's impossible to buy food that is not poisoned by different practices. I started to invest in the renewable and I created a decarbonation fund. What I hear today, the same discussion that we heard 10 years ago. A group of people that try to sit at the table and to talk about measures, unable to enter into action because they are unable to align on what are the subjects to be really tackled. So this is a trickle moment. We can see 10 years ago the discussion on the COP are still very complex on the subject, but it's going in the right direction. 20 years ago when I started to work, first COP, 5,000 people and a few million euro on the table. Now we have 80,000 people and big money. So the acceleration is very, very strong. We're talking about the triple double crisis. I think that crisis should be put in the center of the village. For me, the carbon footprint of the humanity is the agriculture. The climate, we're talking about the CO2 tunnel. This is something that we know because it's been 30 years that the IPCC has been working on it, so we are very good at the understanding. Today, the man represent 1.1 of the mass of living organisms. Well, the major part is fungus, plants, and so on. This percentage has colonized 50% of the inhabitable surface of the earth to get food. So we are very aggressive, and we have to understand if humans would not be here, what is the planet going to do? It's going to grow forests. And finally, we are like trying to store energy in the cells. We feed bacteria, sugars, and so today agriculture is also always killing forests. Agriculture does not take place on non-fertile soils. The deforestation today, first of all, is that the natural way we take ground from the forest to feed our needs. This is the first cause for the biodiversity loss. The biggest biodiversity is in forests. Now, in order to feed ourselves, we destroy it and we put something else, and we see that 80% of the agricultural surface is monoculture. where we replace a biodiverse system, diversified, and we're trying to implement monoculture. We're putting plants of our choice. Then we use pesticides and fertilizers that kill the life on the surface. This is why the biodiversity is accelerating. I mean, the loss of it is accelerating. The second subject is what she was saying. While we're treating the soil, we destroy it. Physically, the grounds are going to the sea. When I was living at the north of Toulouse, the rivers now are brown. They are brown. When I was a kid, they were blue. It means that the soil is going physically to the seas because of the erosion. So this is the biggest pressure. Then we need to see the positive side of the things. 50% of the surface is used to produce food, and we cannot stop eating. We see with our knowledge, if we change our practices, we can do the opposite. Meaning that if we put in place good practices, agroecological, regenerative, whatever you want to call them, we put biomass back into the ground. This is something that had been launched in COP28 in Paris. It was not seen at the time because it was called COP28. But there's a study of INRA saying that if we put in place the good agriculture practices, we can put a lot of carbon in the ground, and 0.4 corresponds to the quantity of CO2 that our activity generates. This is the carbon neutrality, is how to manage to reduce the emissions, which is a really work of defense, because we are also offensive, we are attacking. But the agriculture can shift the model in this regenerative model. So instead of sowing the branch on which we're sitting, we can rework together with the nature to implement practices that will facilitate or accelerate. We've launched a fund dedicated to decarbonation that's very industrial in reality. We have 1 billion, we have 14 companies, and 2 years ago in Glasgow we started to discuss with on the scale change of these regenerative practices. After 2 years, we have new partners have joined us. We have an investment fund that has been supported by the BP and EEF, where we have $500 million that is already working, and we invest in the changes of value change. We are trying to finance the big enablers that give us toolboxes, and we have biomass, the leader of the pollination. That's a service ecosystemic system, because there are pesticides everywhere. Now there are places where people work manually. Lots of insects that.
We've acquired in South Africa the Biotrop. It's a company that is specialized in biocontrol. They are more into crops. So it's a company that has it's 60 countries, millions euros of turnover. So the upscale is there. We also look at the equipment. We won't be using plough. We need to cover farms. We have to drive on it. We have to use various new technologies, which means the equipment has got to change. The aim of this fund, it's up and running, and now we are to finance with big investments, 150 million euros private equity, because that's what you mean. Debt or grants are not the way. It's always limited. It's always put on the taxpayers, and people are fed up with taxes. So we bring private equity with money that is owned in order to pilot the value chains.
Sukna, I want to turn to you now. you represent the Ministry of Agriculture in Senegal, and Senegal has been leading the way in terms of a holistic approach and really lifting up agroecology as a main form of agriculture. So how are you doing this? How are you working with farmers to transition to more sustainable agricultural practices?
Well, thank you very much, moderator. First things first. A short presentation from my side concerning the Senegal's contribution to the development of sustainable agriculture. I would like to emphasize a few points, some elements of context, so that you know what policies are implemented in Senegal, and then we'll speak about the measures thanks to which we support sustainable agriculture, which will answer your question, and then I'll talk about the government's engagement, commitment with other stakeholders to promote sustainable agriculture in Senegal. As I said, we have a policy tool which is called the Plan Sénégal Émergent, which has been adopted in 2014 to serve as a reference framework for policies aim. We also have the PSE Vert, which integrates the sustainable agriculture frame. We also have the law, the forestry breeding law that has been adopted in 2004, which sets out the sector's vision for the next 20 years and aims to ensure environmental protection and sustainable management of natural resources, in particular through knowledge and improvement of soil fertility. Recently, after the crisis, the war in Ukraine and the COVID-19, the Senegal has decided to go towards food sovereignty, which is why we've adopted a strategy for 2024-2028, which strategy integrates all the resilience-related aspects. The food sovereignty strategy. We've also adopted an agriculture development policy document for the 2024-2028 period. Senegal has also another tool, which is the National Strategic Investment Framework for Sustainable Agriculture. So I wanted to synthesize, show you that all of these mechanisms play their role in terms of considering sustainable agriculture into consideration, the conservation, the regenerative agriculture. As for the measures taken by the government, you have the green PES, Plan Émergent Sénégal, that levers for creating green jobs and promoting a circular economy. It also contributes to the initiatives aiming at mitigating and adapting to climate change and to the sustainable management of natural resources and the preservation of ecosystems. 27 projects and programs and institutional reforms between the ministries that are part to it. In the framework of this yearly farming plan, we also have an adaptation plan that integrates conservation, natural. We are supporting the agroecological transition in order to scale up agroecology. We are also making major efforts when it comes to the short cycle varieties. We develop the short cycle varieties. It's also about farming risks management. What we perform is a holistic management of agricultural risk by setting up integrated farms and agricultural insurance so that we manage our natural resources better. Now, for the support chapter, actions are ongoing in terms of supporting the producers. we perform capacity building and sustainable land management. It's holding training, information and awareness raising sessions on phosphating operations in the field, phosphating techniques, composting. We fight against salinization. We foster good practices, good agricultural, good farming practices and water and soil conservation. We need to preserve soils in Senegal because we have to create structures. It means anti-salt dikes, framework dikes, and linear stone barriers, erosion, wind-related erosion. We also struggle with that, so that we have to create those linear stone barriers. It's also about setting up integrated farms, which we do, that consider hydro-agricultural developments, breeding, farming, so that to show you how important it is. Should I keep on talking about our commitments, or do you want me to answer the second question?
We have just a minute left. We're up against the time, so I'm thinking that we don't even have time for a second round of questions. If we can, I'd like to give everyone just 30 seconds. We've seen amazing progress in the last 2 years since COP26 to really raise food systems on the agenda. I think we started out this COP being really positive. We're hitting a dip. Today it's going to be a bit of like, and then through the next couple of days, are we actually going to come out of this COP with as much progress as we have hoped? So maybe a comment from each of you of what are you hopeful for, but what challenges do you see? I mean, it's a lot of talk right now. So what challenge do you see that we need to address as a community, public sector, multi-stakeholder, private sector, business, in order to turn these words into action? So 30 seconds per person. You want to start first? Go this way.
Je pense.
Well, what I think is COP28 is a huge opportunity for all the stakeholders and for governments, for sure, for states, to mobilize fundings to find money, because we have ambitious programs. If to take the food sovereignty strategy that integrates an important sustainable development chapter, this strategy is 5 billion CFA francs worth. If you states put 10% of their budget in farming, so we need more. We need this additional money. There are many commitments being made during the COP, but there are also burdensome, tiresome, and time-consuming procedures. We need more flexible procedures so that we can access easier and quicker the money we need. That would be my key message. Thank you. Merci.
Oliver.
Merci. Je pense qu'il faut pas.
Well, let's keep on fighting. We have to keep this fighting spirit. We have to be rationally optimistic. This is a global discussion, of course, but let's go on the field and mobilize the local governments units, the local actors, because this is where you see actions, levels of action. You have to mobilize them, we have to push them in the back and not be distracted by the noise that is being made around us. Let's go deep, let's go further, let's go far. I think it's all about value when it's coming to it, and we have to be more crystal clear about what creates value, and we need to be pragmatic about what we need to do so that value is created. We need both the public actors, the enabling factors, what we talked about. We do it. We already do it. And it's expensive. And it costs something. And nobody's going to be wanting to buy more expensive food. So let's be conscious about what the value is that we need, and let's innovate more than we do. The tools in terms of financing, banking, etc., are far too conservative, far too cautious, far too economic. We have to innovate. We have to put money in the transition. As we speak, you can find money for the next startup that might be useful. Well, all right, we find money for unicorns, but we want to de-risk farming transition, and we have to multiply all the value that can be produced on the basis of a territorial approach. Well, thank you. In terms of actions, the pitfall will be to switch back to the climate lack of action. Be careful. Do not start saying that we can't move forward because we need measures, or we can't invest because it's not profitable. It is profitable. Our actions are exclusively focused on the real world. Our conclusion is the transition is less expensive for people than it looks like. Because nowadays we eat what we eat is petrol, oil. We eat oil. Look at the carbon balance, the energy balance of the food production. We need 7 fossil fuels calories to produce 1 food calorie. The half is downstream, the other part is upstream, and then you have 50% fertilizers, 50% mechanization. The exposure to the energy prices is huge. So agroecology is not something that disconnects food production from inflation, from oil inflation. All these practices are not ones that add costs, but practices that add resilience to a system that, if you want it or not, will be inflationist. So now we need all the stakeholders to be sat at the table, which is what we did 2 years ago with people from the industry, from the private sector, from the public sector, bearing in mind that the audience, the public sector is limited in terms of money. As for climate, 20% can come from the public powers, but the next 80% will come from the private sector, which private sector needs it to pay off. So you need to work with corporates. You need to cooperate with investors to route the flows towards some unicorns, rainbows, but we won't be eating flowers, are we?
Your words give me hope. I came in this morning like, we're not progressing as fast as we can, but your words really give me hope that together we're going to be moving forward and joining forces and really making this transition happen. So please, everyone, join me in thanking the panelists, and I wish you a good rest of your day.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. This is the third time that the French Pavilion hosts a session on nuclear. The first time was in Glasgow and the second time in Sharm el-Sheikh, so it's great. It shows the government's commitment to nuclear. So we're really happy to host Madame Agnès Pannier-Runacher, who is the French Energy Transition Minister, following the announcement on December 2nd by ministers and heads of state of a pledge of tripling nuclear energy by 2050. And I think we want to thank you for your leadership, because this is in continuity with the Nuclear Alliance that you led in Europe with 14 states plus UK, as well as a declaration that was made under the leadership as well of OECD NEA in Paris at the end of September for OECD states. So this session will be dedicated to understanding what's behind this tripling of nuclear energy. So we will review scenarios from IEA, from OECD NEA, from Europe, for France, and we'll see how we can achieve it. So thank you very much for hosting this session, and I'll leave you the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. As you know, I'm very happy to be here and to, celebrate the nuclear solution, among other, a toolbox of solutions that will allow us to converge to net zero carbon by 2050. All low-carbon energies are needed to substitute coal, petrol, and gas as fast as possible, and nuclear energy has clearly a key role to play in this regard. That's why France, along with the US and the UAE, initiated this declaration to triple nuclear energy capacity by 2050, which was endorsed in Dubai here. This is the first time, the first COP, that highlights the role of nuclear energy to fight climate change. This is a major success and, I would say, a long overdue. Indeed, with this COP, we are repairing a major injustice and a major mistake. For much too long, nuclear energy has been ignored in COPs and climate negotiation. I am therefore glad to see so many events on nuclear energy in COP28. This dynamic is built on scientific data. In this regard, I would like to commend the very important work done by the IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change, the International Energy Agency, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the Nuclear Energy Agency of the OECD. They have ranked nuclear power among the critical solutions to combat global warming and established factual data on which the declaration to triple nuclear energy capacity by 2050 is based. This declaration is a strong signal to the industry and all the stakeholders to be able to deliver. As you know, it is an ambitious goal, and I'm very glad to see the commitment of the industrial sector, which is represented today by Yves de Bezel, Director General of Nuclear Europe, and Hervé Maillard, Director General of the Strategic Contract for the Nuclear Sector between the government, the social partners, and the industry. I am working closely with my European partners of the Nuclear Alliance that you mentioned, and counterparts from all over the world to develop supporting policies at national, European, or international levels. As nuclear financing is of the utmost importance, we need the World Bank and multilateral development banks to start financing nuclear energy. That is true for the European multilateral regional banks, but that is true for any other multilateral development bank. The nuclear sector has to do its part as well. Much remains to be done. Indeed, tripling nuclear energy capacity requires major action from the companies because they are the ones to design and build industrial projects. They are the guardians of operational excellence and are the one to recruit hundreds of thousands skilled people by 2050. So that's why I would like to thank Sven and your commitment for organizing this event and its long-time work in outreaching and disseminating scientific-based knowledge regarding nuclear energy. I would like also to thank the panelists and look forward to hearing your insightful exchange. Just to be very quick, we need nuclear, we need to succeed, and we need to have everybody on board. That means building capacities and capabilities in the next 20 years. This is a huge work, but I'm sure that we will succeed if we do it in a very collective and clever approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madame la Ministre.
Thank you.
To welcome on stage Mr. Wei Wang, Director of the Division of Planning, Department of Nuclear Energy at IAEA, and Mr. Michel Berthelemy, Strategic Policy Advisor, OECD Nuclear Energy Agency. Then Mr. Yves de Bazeille, Director General for Nuclear Europe, Mr. Hervé Maillard, Délégué Général CSFN, Comité Stratégique de la Filière Nucléaire, and Mrs. Myrto Tripathi, President from the NGO Voix du Nucléaire. So, Mr. Wei Wang, you have just updated your projection for IAEA, so you will explain to us what is your methodology that you are following today, and in what way also it's different from the OECD and EA work. And so I'll leave you the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we have slides from Mr. Wei Wang.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah. Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting IAEA to the French Pavilion and join this very important discussion on tripling topics. I think so you can see from this slide that is this latest version from IAEA talking about the projection. We have been using this methodology for more than 40 years. We started this one in the 1980s. Some people have some misunderstanding about the agency projection, talking about the current tripling issue. We have our basic methodology we have been used in the past decades. We have this so-called high case projection and the low case projection. When we look at this one, actually we collect all the information from the different sources, including the IEA and their annual publication of the World Energy Outlook, and also their other publication, and also OECD NEA study, and also some data sources on the statistic information about energy and the socio-economic development, and try to develop this, update this projection on the annual base. And if you look at this chart, because some people say, okay, this is an agency's expectation for achieving net zero. Actually, it's not, because we do this one in a consistent way that show that what could be look like based on the current information we have. For example, our low case projection is based on the current information on the market. And the projection is a little bit conservative, but it's still possible. But for the high case study, actually we collect the stated policy by the countries and the international organization or other stakeholders, and also look at some near future development and put them together, our expert to assess, then come up with this projection. This is also a little bit ambitious, but it's still plausible. But this is not exactly what we are talking about here, that's tripling. Tripling is like very ambitious target, and we expect the nuclear industry can work together to achieve that one in order to address this 1.5 degree of Paris Agreement. Our projection is actually more to show that based on available information now and what the nuclear could be look like in the coming decades, 2030, 2040, 2050. So from here, this year, the publication, you can see this is the third time this high case projection has been raised. And you can see this is also a good trend to show that the recognition of nuclear in addressing climate change, ensure the energy security. So this actually is a very positive information we can obtain from this agency projection here. And I don't know, maybe later we can have some additional discussion, try to understand more about this methodology. For the next slide, you can see some breakdown of by regions. So in general, you can see the most dynamic area for coming decades based on the agency projection, low case and high case, in the Asian and the region, as most particularly for those potential embarking countries, but obviously also including China and Korea and other India. And obviously you can see very uncertain area is like Europe. Even we see a very positive development in Europe, including the nuclear has been included in the EU taxonomy together with gas as a transitional energy sources. But there's still some uncertainty there. And also North America, same has the issue. So even the US has the largest fleet of the nuclear power reactors. But their future, the possibility of the nuclear in their energy mix is still divided. So that's why we hope with the announcement recently, especially in the COP, because this kind of announcement, high-level announcement, including the minister just mentioned about this group of countries about supporting the tripling, and also French President Macron and the Belgian Prime Minister De Croo and the DG Grossi announced this coming nuclear energy summit in Brussels in March next year. And also other high-level declaration by different stakeholders. This is additional information we can take into account when we prepare the next version of the projection, because this information actually show more dynamic on the nuclear. So we hope that one can be reflected in the next version of the nuclear projection in 2024. And they'll give a more ambitious projection figure in 2024. So I can stop here.
Thank you very much. Yes. So Michel Berthelemy, so OECD NEA has published the first report on tripling of nuclear capacity back in 2022. So can you tell us about what methodology you use? Where do these numbers come from?
Thank you very much, Valérie. And actually, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's very good to be here at the French pavilion, where we've been talking about nuclear for the last 3 years. And actually, I was coming on stage, I realized that one of the first time where we published our results was at the French pavilion back in Glasgow in 2021. And back then, talking about nuclear at COP28 was not at all as mainstream as it is today. So I would like to particularly thank Minister Pannier-Runacher, because back then you were with us virtually, and your presence clearly played a key role so that the voice of nuclear was recognized in Glasgow. And we have, in particular, accomplished a lot since. If we go on the next slide, I'd like to tell you a little bit about this scenario that we published at the NEA last year. The story behind it is we at the NEA started to look at all the different projection pathways that the IPCC has reviewed in its 1.5 degree scenario. And when we look at how much nuclear is projected in 90 pathways of the IPCC that are compatible with reaching 1.5 degree by 2050, we found that on average, it means a bit less than 1,200 megawatt installed nuclear capacity. And when we first looked at this number, our heart sank a little bit. Compared to where we were, in particular where we were in Glasgow in 2021, we thought that was overly ambitious and that maybe it is unachievable. And then we started to do a different exercise. We started to do more of a bottom-up projection scenario where we look both at conservative and aspirational. Aspirational is an important word here for nuclear. And we tried also to break it down between long-term operation of installed nuclear, construction of large-scale nuclear new build, and advanced and small modular reactors. And the other thing we tried to do in our projection was to break it down between power application for the grid, as nuclear does today, and in addition, a range of non-power applications, particularly for industrial hard-to-abate sectors, looking at nuclear energy for desalination, looking at nuclear energy for hydrogen, looking at nuclear energy for a range of industries that did both heat and electricity to decarbonize the carbon-emitting processes. And when we did this exercise, we found that actually all of that added together might just allow us to reach the tripling of nuclear capacity by 2050. And we were very pleased to see that this finding was recognized by world leaders at the beginning of the COP in the high-level declaration. Now, as I said, this is an aspirational projection. It's going to be hard, but it is possible. It is possible, in particular, we think at the NEA, if we approach it as a collective endeavor, and if we try to strengthen international collaboration, international partnership, in particular among like-minded countries. And in that respect, back a couple of months ago, we organized with Minister Pannier-Runacher first ministerial meeting of the OECD in Paris at the end of September. The event is called Roadmaps to New Nuclear, where we convened 20 ministers and 40 industry CEOs. And we are very pleased to see that collectively there is clearly a strong ambition for like-minded countries to work together, in particular with inside this objective to triple installed nuclear capacity by 2050. And I'm very pleased to share that we will plan a second edition of this ministerial meeting in September again of 2024. Maybe I will finish by adding that among the key priority areas that were identified at this event, financing was clearly one of them. Supply chain was also very strongly represented in discussion alongside workforce development. But there was also specific interest in the area of SMR. There's a number of countries that are looking to accelerate deployment of SMR, in particular for a range of the non-power applications, in particular for industry. And in that respect, maybe my last point is just to thank again France for joining this new initiative that we launched at the NEA on accelerating SMR for net zero, where we aim to bring together like-minded government and industry that are committed to accelerate SMR deployment. And with that, I'll hand the floor back to you, Valérie.
It makes a good transition because there's a big SMR initiative in Europe as well. So, Yves Desbazay, so in Nuclear Alliance, 14 states in Europe have set up a common objective of 150 gigawatts by 2050. So can you tell us more about how we came up with this number and how we can achieve it?
Yeah, I think, so once again, the Minister Pannier-Runacher has a pivotal role, and she left, but pivotal role for that to recreate something which already existed, but in the past, but more informal, this so-called Nuclear Alliance. And one of the first tasks this Nuclear Alliance did is to set for itself an objective for 2050, because there was this idea that we need to have a target and set a target and see exactly how we can deliver this target. 150 is an increase by 50% compared to what we have today, so it's not really tripling. That being said, it's already an ambitious goal. Because we should remind for ourselves where we're coming from. The last reference scenario of the European Commission that was produced not a long time ago, by the way, 3 years ago, was the forecast was a decrease of the nuclear share down to 70 gigawatt installed capacity in 2050. So we compare to this last reference scenario, we are somehow doubling already this objective. How we can get there? It's clear that we need to look seriously at long-term operation, going beyond this 60 years threshold, and consider the idea of increasing the lifetime of our fleet up to 80 years, as we see already happening in the US. There is an important effort on research, development, and preparation for this potential duration of the existing fleet. That being said, this will not provide more than what we estimate between something around 25% of this objective. So it means that going to 150 gigawatt means 120 gigawatt of new build. So it's a significant number. If you try to estimate what it means 4 gigawatts per year at EU level. And having in mind that this will not happen anytime soon, it will take a while, like 7-10 years to embark into this new journey. In the years 2035-40, it means we'll need like 8 gigawatts of new construction, new build each year across Europe. So it's a very ambitious objective when you think about it. And the decision has to be taken now, for sure. So this is where we are. We need conducive policies to get there. And this is where, and I will leave it on here because I think it's good to keep some time for discussion. We need the conducive policy to get there, and we need, with the new commission that will take office next year, the appropriate framework that recognizing that nuclear should be fully in a level playing field compared to other low-carbon sources, with the appropriate financing, the appropriate consideration it deserves. And I will stop here.
Thank you very much. If you have trouble because it's pretty noisy to hear the speakers, the helmets give you both sound and also the French translation in French for those who want the translation in France. So Hervé, Hervé, you're Delegate General from the Strategic Commission for Nuclear Industry in France. And so what is the plan for France? And also what is the plan of industry to execute? Because we have a very, very ambitious plan. Very, very ambitious plan in France.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valérie. A lot of things has been said already. So I would like to view the figures on another point of view. Nuclear energy is probably the lowest electricity we can have concerning low carbon electricity under most of renewable. It's also a very dense electricity because I will summarize, but a nuclear power plant is 1 kilometer square, and you can put 3 wind production on this kilometer square. So it's very dense in electricity, using a few percentage of concrete compared to other energy, or few percentage of steel. And the main characteristic, for example, if we want to provide electricity in countries that have not a stable grid for the moment, is the price. Because if you operate during 60 years, maybe 80 years, like in the US, the price of the electricity is very stable. The price of the nuclear electricity is due at approximately, so I think it's OECD figures, approximately at 70% due to the capital cost. So if you find a solution for the capital cost, you can have a very low price during 60, 80 years for the nuclear energy. So now if we go back to France, as Agnès Pannier said, in France, we will have a very interesting law at the beginning of next year. The text is under discussion now at the Parliament. We will push a lot on the renewables, obviously. We will extend the lifetime of all existing reactors up to 60 years and maybe more. So maybe 80 years. This has to still to be studied by the safety authority in France. We will start to build 6 EPR2, 1600 megawatts each, with the first concrete around 2027, maybe beginning of 2028, and the first starting of the first EPR2 in around 2035. We are working a lot to have the design finish between the first concrete. And we will study the construction of 8 more. The decision should be taken in the next, maybe the next 4 years, coming years. We will start also the construction of an electrical generator SMR called New Ward, 340 megawatts, and we should have the first concrete in 2030. And we are studying also the advanced reactors. And what is very interesting in this reactor is that they open to different usage of the nuclear energy. Heat production for food industry, heat production for maybe heavy high towers and so on. Or transmutation for the recycling of the fuel. And obviously, some of the advanced reactors are intending to produce also electricity. So once we have said that, I think there are 3 major factors that we have to solve. The first one is how we finance all these projects. So this is the role of the government to explain us how this will be financed. Agnès Pannier is not here, but I think she agrees with that. The second very important factor is the industry. We shall have a local industry. And when I say local, I don't want to say we will send French reactors everywhere. The industry shall be local, provided jobs, well-paid jobs for people living in the country. It's not only operation, it's maintenance, it's construction, obviously. So finance, industry, and obviously skills. We will have in France to find 100,000 people, new people in the coming years, in the 10 coming years, half because of the retirements, half because of the new projects that we have to do. So we are working hard with the French government on those 3 topics. We are writing what we call a contract with the French government. It's a contract signed between the different stakeholders in France. It can be universities, it can be industrials, it can be banks or funds. So as the law has been put in the hand of the Parliament a few weeks ago, now we'll start to write the contract in detail, and we intend to sign this contract, let's say, on the second quarter of next year. So this contract will define all the objectives, all the action plans in order to fulfill what I have described.
Thank you very much. So Myrto, we have data from Europe that shows that your opinion is more in favor of nuclear, and that's been part of it was the work of the NGOs, the pro-nuclear NGOs. So can you tell us what you've achieved and also what's coming next? Is all the work achieved, or do you feel you still have some work to do?
Well, thank you very much, Valérie, and thank you for that invitation and for everything that was described by my fellow panelists before, because it justifies even more everything that I'm going to be ready to say and the role of the NGOs from now on. We need to remember that we get out slowly from 30 years of anti-nuclearism that had been almost institutionalized in all fields of societies, in media, in the academia, in politics, in regulations, in everything that webs around the projects and the nuclear industry, that leads to what I used to call some kind of a choking strategy. It's a web of disinformation that led into the actual project ecosystem and environment, and led to the self-fulfilling prophecy that our friends opponent of the nuclear industry call the too long, too expensive. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy that comes out of the situation where we were. However, you need to remember that we have only 30 years in front of us before we have to reach the net zero objectives in 2050. So we have 30 years to get out of that situation that we've inherited from 30 years of anti-nuclearism after Chernobyl. The role of the NGOs in here is several. The first one is really a question of democracy. The population that's in favor of nuclear is today not so much represented. It doesn't have the structure, the organization to carry its voice, and it's essentially being made invisible. It's discounted from the conversation. And we've had very recently in France a very good example of that when we had a public debate officially organized on the EPR2 of Penly, where we crunched the numbers and made the very precise statistics that actually 2/3 of the floor was given to citizens that were anti-nuclear, when actually 2/3 of the population is in favor of nuclear. So 60% of the population was just erased, and that was first too because the voices of nuclear were there, and otherwise it would have been even worse. And we had to fight for that small portion of speech. The second reason is that the opinion is starting to change, but we still need to consolidate it and extend it. And for that, I want to pinpoint on the fact that this COP has certainly been the COP of nuclear, but mostly because it freed up the nuclear ecosystem that finally owns the subject and is really wanting willingly to carry it forward. The governments are there assuming the fact that they want to go nuclear, the industry as well, there's a lot of us, but you need to look around the COP to participate to the discussions at the European Commission booth, not so far from here, in the different pavilions of the different countries. The nuclear is not there yet. It's not completely into the conversation. It's starting, but it's only a start. The important thing on the consolidation of the opinion is there has been a poll made by the French regulator, ASN, in 2022 that said that 60% of the population thought that the information from NGOs and associations was the most reliable. Before the ASN itself, then the media, and then far below the industry. Of course, as you know, most of the NGOs by far are today still anti-nuclear. So that means that you have 60% at least of that information going to two people in the population that is going against nuclear. And it's particularly bad for a third reason that for me is very important to underline, is recruitment. Hervé talked about the workforce. Today in France, again, since we're in the French pavilion, less young people as compared to the population, the proportion in the populations, are actually in favor of nuclear. We said that the industry needed 100,000 recruitments, out of which 60,000 engineers. That the nuclear industry itself, the energy transition, the other sectors are going to need engineers as well. And the country only graduates 40,000 people a year. So we do need absolutely to continue to convince the young people, the young generation, to join the nuclear industry and the rest, actually, of the energy transition sectors. Leads me to my fourth point, that I will go pretty fast because I think you all kind of mentioned it. The necessity for the nuclear industry to be in a level playing field. Those projects need to get out of what essentially has been a structural bias, a negative bias applied to it. It needs to be in access to financing from a private sector as from the public sector, including the European Union. It needs to be regulator, academia, again, media, the dictatorship of the short term imposed on the nuclear industry and the nuclear projects when it is a long-term industry. So that level playing field, I'm not going to go any further, but I think considering all those questions of regulations, legislations are put to the public, are put for consultation and consultation, certainly the population needs to be on board and accompany those consultations for the success of those projects, and also the fact that they may be next to this project in continuity during the entire lifetime of the sites once they're out. Fifth question is the delays. We talked about the consultations, the public debates, that incurs delays. We're not really in a situation where we want to accelerate the projects. What we want to do now is to avoid the unnecessary delays. Already, let's do that. And today, a delay of 1 year to put online an EPR2, it's 10 million tons of CO2 in the air, in addition. It is, I have them here, 4 million tons, I'm sorry, of CO2 emissions more, 10 million tons of particulate matters, PM2.5, 700 tons of nitrogen oxides, 20 tons of sulfur oxides, and almost 2 billion meters cubes of gas imported more. That's 1 year of delay in putting an EPR2 online. So as populations and citizens, we really want that. And for my last point, thank you, but I think it's an important one, and it is the sixth reason why I think civil society needs to be kept on board very much, is that the nuclear industry, the nuclear energy is going to be the base load of the future energy systems. It is. I mean, it's physics. It's not my opinion. It's not magic. It's none of that. It is going to make up, in place of the fossils, the base load of the energy systems. So the nuclear industry is going to need a counterpart, someone to talk to with citizens to maintain that link in the dialogue, someone that's benevolent, that's constructive, but that still is capable to be critical and to represent the voice of the citizens at this stage.
Mirto. So I have two questions to the panel. So the first one, we talked a little bit about what nuclear can do beyond electricity. I know in the French scenario, we are moving from 25% share of the current energy mix based on electricity, and we have to double that by 2050, which, by the way, contributes to the decreasing consumption of energy, because you know electricity engines are very efficient. But we still have 50% that we need to decarbonize, and it's heat. And in our country, at least, there's more and more voices saying we're not going to have enough biomass. So how can nuclear contribute in the heating sector? You touched on a little bit, but what do we have in the scenarios more precisely on that? What examples do we have in the rest of the world and in Europe? Whoever.
I have the mic, so maybe I will start. It's an important point, and it was actually a point, having been at COP for a few days now, that has come back again and again in conversation about nuclear. When we looked at that at the NEA, there's a number of, when we talk about the, particularly in relation to small modular reactors, we tend to initially focus on what they can do for on-grid power. But actually, when we look at where there is substantive interest in SMR today, it is increasingly for a range of industrial players that maybe a few years ago could either consider biomass or could consider carbon offsets to meet the 2030 or 2050 climate goals, and they realize that they're actually going to have to decarbonize. And they realize that in many cases, particularly when they need heat, as you said, they're against the wall, and that options are very, very limited. Clearly, you've said it, biomass. There won't be biomass for everybody, and so nuclear is clearly emerging for them as one of the one of the few solutions. Particularly, I'm talking about nuclear fission today for them to meet their climate commitments. I'll point to our two examples. One is not only on heat, but I think it's important to mention them because I think they're going to be driving the SMR market. Is the data centers. And I'm mentioning them because they have made a number of announcements. Maybe you've not noticed them, but do pay attention to them at COP28. Microsoft and both Google have been actively talking about nuclear as an option for them to decarbonize in the coming decades. And they need it because they realize that to decarbonize, they're going to need to have very, very reliable solutions. And nuclear is one of the few low-carbon technologies that can provide that to them. And so, pay attention to players such as Microsoft and Google because they're going to be driving the market in the years ahead. The other one is industry. I think there's one example that comes to mind looking outside France, and I will let others comment on what's happening in Europe and in France. But in the US, important to point to Dow Chemical, which is the second or the first largest chemical group in the world that currently rely on gas for some of the plants they have in South Texas. And they've committed to replace that and made, including investment into SMR technologies to decarbonize the facilities by the early 2030s. And they will need nuclear both for industry and for heat. And clearly, they're gonna be moving at pace. And as long as nuclear and this emerging nuclear technology can meet the timeline that they need, there is a very strong window of opportunity for nuclear to decarbonize these chemical sectors and more broadly heavy industry. But I'll pass to the other panelists to comment.
Mr. Wei Hong, I think currently the IAEA lists 40 reactors in the world that are making heat, mostly urban heat, right? And I've seen also that there were announcements in China for a big, major urban heat system which would address the needs of 1 million people.
Yeah, let me do this way. First, let me add additional information about projection, which I just mentioned earlier. That when agency apply this methodology, we use this we call the energy simulation, scenario simulation tool to ensure the consistency of our projection over the 40 years time. And during that time, we take into account the long-term operation issue there. And also we closely followed what country has announced or grant the long-term operation permit, because make sure that our projection can be really good reflection of the trend of each country who are using nuclear power. This is one thing to the previous point. And the second one to the question you just about this non-power application. Obviously, we all agree that when we look at all this decarbonization needs, decarbonize electrification is one, and another one is to decarbonize other sectors. So we see the great potential of nuclear for helping other sectors to decarbonize their emission, reduce their emission. But when we look at this one, we also have some statistics that show that nuclear power plants already support district heating. Quite a number of the reactor has been supporting that one in the past decades. But we want to see more application on that part. In the meantime, we also try to see how much nuclear can really support other, like so-called this very important energy carrier, hydrogen. This has been also very popular. So we are looking at what nuclear can do, and we work with some of our partners to conduct some studies to understand what that means in terms of economic value and also the industry value of the nuclear in supporting hydrogen. So we see the great potential of the nuclear and especially SMR. We talk a lot about. We understand that NEA projection has gave a very high expectation on SMR. I think that's very good because we want to see the more role to be demonstrated by the SMR. So that's why agency made also our efforts. Our DG launched this nice initiative, try to address two issues which are actually facing the nuclear industry, particularly for the SMR development and deployment. One is on the regulatory track, try to see how we can help to improve the process, efficiency of the process, of the licensing process, which is obviously an issue facing in Europe and also in US. And another one is try to work with the industry, try to find some way to standardize some process of the technology development and the production and also construction to make sure that this kind of project, big project can be delivered on time, on budget. So this is something agency is working with the member state on this. Another one is which actually relevant to this topic, that is Atom for Net Zero initiative. Because when we have a projection, we understand that in order to achieve the projection of agency based on the current policy and also the ambitious projection even mentioned by in the COP, tripling, we need some good understanding about what can happen, what it needs. So we actually launched this initiative 1 year ago, try to tap the potential by doing some scenario studies with the countries and also stakeholders to make sure what we really need to be conducted on the ground to ensure all this ambitious target can be achieved. This one's another thing. And the last but not least is the SMR portal, which is agency established. We put all the information related to SMR from the safety, security, and the safeguards, and also technology development on one platform to make our member state to access that information, to understand the latest development and to work together more in a collective manner. Because currently, if you look at over 80 different designs of SMR in the world, very few now in the operation and under the construction. I think one is in Russia, is a floating reactor in operation for over 22 more years. The latest one, which you just mentioned about HTGR, which was announced commercial operation just 3 days ago. And the other three under the construction in Argentina, in Russia, and also in China, SMR. So we want to see more the project on the SMR can be kicked off very soon. And then make sure this projection of the high expectation of SMR can be fulfilled in the coming decades.
Thank you very much. I have a last question for Yves, because Myrto mentioned that we don't have necessarily yet a level playing field in Europe. So, and we also talked about SMRs, and there's a plan for an SMR initiative in Europe. And we had a good news this week because the European Council included nuclear, voted to include nuclear in the Net Zero Industry Act. So where are we right now, and what do we need to have a level playing field?
Yeah,
an equal level playing field.
To answer very quickly, yes, we need a level playing field. So I could stop here. Are we there yet? The answer is no. We see some good progress on some aspects. So exactly the one you were mentioning, nuclear will probably be accepted as a strategic technology to address net zero targets, which is something which was not a given. And I must say the initial proposal of the European Commission was not including nuclear as a strategic solution. So we've seen some progress on this. There are other files where there are interesting developments, like, for example, in electricity market reform, where also nuclear is eligible to the contract for difference as a low-carbon source. I don't think this is something we would have seen even like 3 years ago. So good achievements. Probably the next one will be the creation of the SMR Industrial Alliance you were referring to. This will also give a very interesting political momentum that we'll have to do something with. And I would say on this, this will be also the responsibility of the industry itself to making sure that this alliance delivers. And this is where we'll have to also be sure that we'll have everyone on board. And we were, on your previous question, the question of production of heat, but also maybe hydrogen or any other application will be one of the key aspects of this alliance, because it will also play a role of having a platform together with intensive users. It's good to explain what nuclear can provide, but I think it's even better if we have direct feedback from intensive users, have a dialogue with them saying what exactly they need. They are the best to express exactly what they need. And this is where we need to be sure that we create this dialogue, have some conversation, sector by sector, on how we can address their concerns. Because the concerns are massive. This is what we see every day now as Nuclear Europe. We have intensive users knocking on the door saying, okay, now we understand that solar panel will never solve the issue of the steel manufacturer. It's impossible. Maybe it can contribute, but it cannot be the only single solution. So this is a dialogue where they are asking us very bluntly, okay, can I have an SMR or whatever? And the answer is not that straight. So we need to have this dialogue. And I think this is where we stand. My last point will be where we have a lot of progress to make today. It's still on EU funds. None of them today nuclear is eligible to. So I think on that, there is a lot of work to be done. This is a long-term target because we'll see a lot of resistance on that as well. and it will be the job of the next commission to start and address this topic together with nuclear alliance countries, how we can, fund by fund, make some progress. I will stop here.
Thank you very much. Yes.
5 seconds, really
Yes.
5 seconds. In the discussion, we shall not forget the fuel also, because we discuss about the heat, industrial heat, hydrogen production, and so on, but the fuel can be also a subject of transmutation in the new reactors, advanced reactors, and we will have probably also in Europe to develop a fuel fabrication for those reactors, whatever it is. It's riso, it's molten salt.
Yeah, and I think we had these last few days another declaration on the fuel side for both, of course, conversion, enrichment, but also, as you said, Hervé, for fuel fabrication.
The last one is that indeed, in the coming weeks, in the coming year, there will be public consultations to allow for those fuel cycle front-end and back-end projects to come online. And we've seen what happened with the CGO project in France, the deep depository geological site, who still is not online, was lost years of just being confronted to very small portion of populations within the anti-nuclear movements. We know that the DB2 enrichment plant needs to be voted in for its extension. It's critical for the independence of the European Energy Union. And finally, there's also the storage pull from LAG. So even on the fuel cycle, on the front and the back end, the public and the comprehension, the understanding of the public opinion is going to be critical.
Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you very much for being with us. There will be a replay on the ministry website. And so please forward this. We're going to post the replay on our social networks. Thank you very much to all. Thank you.
Alors, est-ce que vous m'entendez sur Zoom? Vous m'entendez sur Zoom ou pas?
Oui.
Est-ce que vous pouvez essayer de parler? Pardon, on va commencer par monsieur Bellet, Bellet, je sais pas.
Oui, Belay, Laurent Belay. Oui, est-ce que vous m'entendez bien?
Super. Et donc monsieur Poufari maintenant?
Oui, je vous entends très bien.
Ok, donc tout va bien de notre côté. Pardon, vous aviez des questions tout à l'heure?
Oui, la question, est-ce qu'on laisse la vidéo ou est-ce que du coup on la coupe pour être sûr qu'au niveau de la bande passante, on n'ait pas de soucis? Et je sais pas, est-ce que les gens verront surtout les slides et du coup ils n'ont pas besoin de voir notre vidéo ou je sais pas comment vous faites d'habitude?
Alors attendez, j'ai demandé.
Alors pour info, moi j'ai fait plein d'événements sur le pavillon français et là ce matin on en avait un sur le pavillon bâtiment et on laissait les vidéos. On laisse les vidéos, d'accord.
Ouais, parce que les lignes qui ont été fournies par les organisateurs, elles sont de qualité. Mais bon, après, je laisse les gens du pavillon compléter. Mais non, on en a eu il y a quelques jours. Parce que moi, je suis rentré hier, en fait, de la COP. Et donc, ça marchait plutôt bien.
Oui, vous pouvez laisser vos vidéos. Il n'y a pas de problème. Et donc, normalement, en fait, alors, il y a monsieur Bellet, vous avez des slides à faire passer. Donc, en fait, on vous demandera de les passer vous-même. En fait, vous partagerez votre écran.
Ah, d'accord. Alors, attendez, c'était pas prévu comme ça. Parce que moi, le problème, c'est que comme je suis sur mon poste de travail, j'ai pas Zoom. C'est pour ça qu'on vous les avait envoyés et que Geoffrey.
Mais Geoffrey vient de les renvoyer, Geoffrey.
Ouais, il les a
renvoyés
renvoyés pour que ce soit lui qui les passe.
D'accord, ok. Bon, bah, il n'y a pas de
Moi,
souci dans ce cas-là.
Avec mon poste de travail, je peux pas avoir accès à Zoom, donc je fais avec mon ordi perso et du coup, j'ai pas les présentations, enfin le PowerPoint.
Bah,
etc.
non, alors normalement, en fait, monsieur Lapillus vous les a envoyés, mais si vous n'arrivez pas à passer les slides, enfin, si vous n'arrivez pas à partager votre écran sur votre ordinateur, on pourra le faire. C'est juste, ça sera un peu moins fluide, mais pas très grave.
Ouais, bah, je préfère que vous le fassiez parce que du coup, parce que moi sur mon ordi perso, voilà, j'ai pu me connecter à Zoom, mais j'ai même pas les paramètres, j'ai pas de truc de fond, j'ai pas accès à PowerPoint, je sais même pas si j'ai PowerPoint. Donc là, je l'ai fait avec les moyens du bord, parce que nous, avec nos services de sécurité, on peut pas, avec nos postes de bureau, aller sur Zoom, on peut aller que sur Teams ou d'autres, mais pas sur Zoom.
D'accord, ok, bon, bah, on passera vos slides. Pas de souci.
Ouais, je veux bien.
Super. Bon, et
de toute façon, j'ai pas fait d'animation, donc à chaque fois, je dirais next slide, et puis ça te permettra de passer automatiquement.
D'accord, ok, pas de souci. Bon, alors.
C'est bien en anglais la présentation?
Pardon?
C'est bien en anglais la présentation?
C'est en anglais, c'est en anglais.
Ah ouais, ok. Parce que j'ai tout fait en anglais, j'ai dit. Mais il me semblait que c'est.
Ok, donc on va juste attendre que l'événement commence et voilà, on vous demandera juste de fermer vos micros avant que l'événement commence. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here today. Just a quick logistics. If you can't hear us because of the noise outside, you can directly plug in the headphones in the language of your choice, and then you will hear us better. Thank you. So we're really happy to welcome you both on site and online to this session on the water energy nexus. I am Geoffrey Lapillus. I'm the program officer water and climate with the French Water Partnership. So FWP is a non-profit association, a network of more than 200 French organizations and individuals working on water issues outside our national borders. For the last 15 years, we've been developing a strong water advocacy on climate, but also on biodiversity, the sustainable development goals, on food and agriculture, and on access to water in humanitarian context. I wish to thank our co-convener for the session, Ecopis, and especially Salome for all the work she has been doing for this session to run smoothly. On the agenda today, as I said earlier, we'll be talking about the water energy nexus. In the first half of the session, I'll be happy to welcome speakers from Électricité de France, EDF, and from the non-profit Energy 2050 to exchange on the water and broader environmental footprint of energy production sectors. As a matter of fact, FWP, partnering with EDF and Energy 2050, and also with the French chapter of the World Energy Council, will soon release a study on this subject, and we will discuss today the preliminary results as well as the implications of the water energy nexus on the climate negotiations. And the second half of the session, panelists from the Global Renewable Alliance, Capture 6, IDE Technologies, and Saint-Kitts Water Service Department, we address the other side of the coin, the energy and broader environmental footprint of water production in water-scarce contexts. Before our first speaker takes the floor, let me say this. There cannot be a just energy transition if water is not included in the discussions, and if it is not put at the heart of policies and projects, energy policies and projects. As we could hear earlier this week in a high-level segment on the water energy nexus organized by COP28 presidency, all mitigation measures depend on water, and policymakers may not be aware enough of the water energy nexus. Indeed, water is embedded in the energy sector and should be considered in mid and long-term plans. That is true for fossil fuels, which we are trying to phase out globally as soon as possible, and we really hope to see this happening here in Dubai. But that is also true when you talk about other energy sectors, such as hydropower, hydrogen, biomass, renewables with their needs for critical minerals, or other technologies. All those sectors will be impacted by the global perturbations on the water cycle. I should add that low carbon does not mean low water intensity. And we at the FWP advocate for countries to include this in their NDCs for the next round of submissions by COP30 in 2025. But without further ado, I am turning to our first two guests, kind enough to join us remotely on a Sunday morning in their time zone. Laurent and Stéphane, can you tell us a bit more about yourself, about your organizations, the work you do, and how do you take water and freshwater ecosystems into account in your work? So maybe we can start with Laurent.
Okay, I hope you can hear me properly.
Yep.
So Laurent Bonnet from EDF. I was in charge of water at the impact division of EDF at the corporate level a few months ago. But I changed and now I'm in charge of climate and adaptation at EDF Hydro, also the whole part of EDF Hydro.
Stéphane?
Okay, hello everyone. So sorry for not being positioned to join you. I'm just back from Dubai since yesterday, in fact. And so, by the way, Energy.50, it's a network gathering members and partners on around 70 countries. And we do, let's say, our job as a systemic approach on climate, among others, and with countries, local governments, and multi-stakeholder coalition. And so it is to say we are doing, let's say, negotiation, but also implementing decision and trying to put in place on territories, local, let's say, solution to works. And going back to your question, Geoffrey, about water and related issue, by the way, for us, Nexus approach is, let's say, compulsory. Why? Because it makes no sense to imagine changing the paradigm if we don't take into account all resources available and also all we are doing with resource in different countries and perspectives. So it is a conflict agenda. And so we need to take into account all these points to decide, to define, and to put in place the appropriate scheme.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I now give the floor to Laurent for a keynote presentation on the water and environmental footprint of energy sectors.
Okay, thank you, Geoffrey. Can you pass the slide, please? Yeah, the problem is that I don't see the slide on my screen. But just tell me the number of the slide. It will be easier. Okay. Yeah, good. So next slide. So yes, so this study was really to have a global overview of the footprint of the energy sectors, simply to answer to the questions, what are the water, carbon, biodiversity, and material footprints of the different sources of energy production. Why? Because there are numerous studies and comparison between the footprints of energy, but often very focused on only one indicators. And the idea was really to have a kind of a global overview on it. So we started the work with FWP, like Geoffrey said just before. And unfortunately, we thought to finish this study for the COP, but we didn't succeed. So we will just present you the first results. The four main, so the perimeters is all the sources from nuclear to e-fuels and hydrogen and CCS. And the four footprint as indicated in my questions. So water, carbon, biodiversity, and material, even if there are so many other footprints, but we focus on these four main footprints. Next slide, please. So it's important to remember, as Geoffrey said before, the strong link between water and energy, because water is inseparable from energy. It is in the context of climate change, water must be viewed as a complex vulnerability of the energy system, in fact, and vice versa. It is what is called the nexus. It is an English term, but nexus is now familiar. And if you look at these figures, you need water for all type of energy, and you need energy for treating, transporting, producing water, and extracting water. And if you look at some old figures from EIA, you can see that the consumption, the water withdrawal, water consumption will increase in the future. And the electricity consumption will also increase. So there is both increase in water and energy demands. Next slide, please. So if you look at the planet's boundaries defined by Rockström, you are in a galaxy of the footprints. So environmental footprint, land footprint, carbon footprint, chemical footprint, and a lot of footprints based on the LCA approach. Next slide. And if we focus on water and energy, so on water and carbon footprint, there is, yes, a big difference between both. This is the local versus global scale. Because in fact, if you emit 1 kilogram of CO2 everywhere on the planet, it will have the same impact. But for the water, if you use or consume 1 liter of water in Sahara instead of Papua New Guinea, it is not the same. So depending on the water stress of the location. For instance, in this figure about the water footprint, so the well-known green, blue, gray part of the water footprint, you have a graph with a cup of coffee and which value is correct. So the answer is simple, is both, because in fact, in one case, you calculate the full water footprint, and in the other case, you calculate only the blue water footprint. And so this is yes, a big deal with the water footprint, is what are the parameters, what are the hypotheses of the calculation. Next slide, please. And if you look at the galaxy of the water indicators, it is a little bit complicated. I don't want to enter too much in details, but these are the four main indicators to characterize the water footprint, or part of the water footprint, one of the indicators of the footprint, since after the footprint is a sum of this type of indicators. Next slide, please. So the most current indicators for water are the simple ones, is water withdrawal and water consumption. And for the electricity or primary energy generation, you have, for instance, this type of figures with the water consumption and withdrawal. And you can see that the range for each technology and each generation mean is very large, in fact. And some of them withdraw or consume more or less water. And you can see that, for instance, for the nuclear or the thermal, you have different type of technology. So why? Next slide, please. It's just because if you look at the different cooling system for a thermal or nuclear power plant, you have what we call a one-screw or cooling system, or cooling towers, or dry cooling. And in fact, it's always a question of trade-offs, because if in these figures, one drop of water, one drop of water represent the water intensity. So it's 1 cubic meters per megawatt hour. And so, for instance, if you look at the one-straw system, you withdraw a lot of water and you consume a small quantity of water. And in the case of cooling towers, you withdraw lower level of water, but you consume more water. And for a dry cooling system, you withdraw and you consume no water. But if you look at in terms of efficiency, in one case you have a good efficiency, in the second one a little bit lower efficiency, and in the third case lower efficiency. In terms of cost, you have a difference of cost, and in terms of environmental impact, you have also a difference on the aquatic biodiversity. So just a question of trade-offs, and explain why you can have different technologies. Next slide. Okay, so if you try to represent the water intensity as a function of the energy intensity for the different sector, for instance, you can have this kind of graph on the right side, and in fact it's pretty linear. And if you look at the last bubble in the top corner on the right is the energy sector with high energy intensity and high water intensity. You can also represent it on the left side, depending on the scenario. On the graph, you have both the water and carbon footprint. Next slide, please. So if we focus on the emission factors for the main utilities, and especially in Europe, you can see that you have a range quite large. For instance, from 52 grams per CO2 per kilowatt hour for EDF, with mainly nuclear and hydro generation, and more emission factors from other companies, and the average of EU is nearly 250, and to compare to the world level, it's 463. So it means that at the EU level, we have emission factors which is half part of the world factor. And if you look at the EDF, which is really on the right side of the graph, we are 5 times lower than the European factor. Next slide, please. And if you look on the different technology and different energy sectors, you can have a large range of values, which is represented at the right side. It comes from the AR5 report from the IPCC. So quite a old report, but the value was nearly the same today with tighter range because we progress in the evaluation of this footprint. And for instance, if you look at the last UNES report on the carbon neutrality in the UNES region, so it means the USA, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Europe, and some other countries. If you look at the nuclear part, for instance, it is around 5 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour, whereas in the IPCC report, it was more around 20 grams, so 4 times more. Next slide, Geoffrey. And in France, we made a specific and detailed study to calculate the real LCA water footprint of the nuclear. And so it was done by an independent cabinet with an independent reviewer. And in fact, we found that LCA of the nuclear in France was 4 grams per kilowatt hour. To be precise, I will show you in the next slide, this is 3.7, but we communicate on 4. And whereas the IPCC in the last evaluation in 2015 has 12 grams per kilowatt hours figures. And now, for instance, in France, the reference for the emission factor, the carbon footprint, is the ADEME agency. And the ADEME agency has changed its previous value from 6 to 4 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hours after the discussion with them about the result of our calculations. Next slide, please. So in this life cycle analysis of the French nuclear fleet, the perimeters was the full fleet. So it means 58 reactors from 900 megawatts to 1,450. The LCA approach was from the mining activities to the dismantlement and radioactive waste storage and long life waste storage. But the transmission lines is not included, is really the kilowatt hour at the outlet of the power plant. So multi-criteria study with 10 parameters was performed, but the focus on and the communication was on the main indicators, is climate issue and the carbon footprint. But we have also the result for the other parameters. And if you look at this footprint, in fact, the main part, nearly 60% of the footprint is coming from the upstream of the cycle. So for the conversion and to the fabrication of the uranium. Next slide. Now, if we look at the material footprint for electricity, the different materials are considered. So it means that you have a lot of different materials. Often it is calculated in kilogram per kilowatt hour, but sometimes also in kilogram per megawatt. So like for IEA, for instance, and this is a little bit a problem because it doesn't reflect the load of this mean of generation, and especially for the wind power or solar power, who have an operational factor which is reduced compared to other generation mean. And if you look at these figures from different sources. I made a compilation with these different sources. And in fact, you have multiple materials, multiple indicators, and mainly multiple hypotheses. And this is very important because, for instance, in this one, the life cycle was 60 years for nuclear, 30 years for PV, and 20 years for wind. But if you change this hypothesis, you change the result of the figure, even if the trend is the trend. But you can, so when you really want to compare some different results, you really need to be careful to the hypothesis was made. And the load factor, for instance, also nuclear is 68%, PV 14%, and so on. So depending on the autos and the indicators, you can have different hypotheses. So these figures are compared with similar hypotheses. And you can see, for instance, the difference for steel, concrete, gravel for the structural material intensity in gram per megawatt hour, copper, aluminum, and also for the different other metals intensity, including rare earth. And finally, you can also found some other footprints. And this example is interesting because it's a total footprint with indicators like low stability, solid waste, cost, death rate, and etc. So different indicators that I presented before, but just a comparison between the different generation means with some other indicators. Sorry, I forget to pass. You can change the next slide. Sorry. Yes, this was my speech about these different indicators of multiple materials, multiple indicators, and multiple hypotheses. So maybe we can just stay a few seconds on it just to come back to what I said before and the different type of materials, minerals, metals, and so on, and the comparison between PV, wind power, nuclear, from different sources. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the last one, what I talk about the total footprint. And so it's different indicators, which are other indicators and not four we retained in this study. But just to say that there are not only environmental indicators, but also social or cost indicators. So really different ones. Next slide, and the last one. So if we talk about the outcomes of these preliminary studies of these studies about the carbon footprint, this is the easiest to calculate and compare, but the most used and can therefore hide the other ones. And this is a big issue because often when we talk about indicators, it's always in gram CO2 per kilowatt hour of by the indicators related to the sector, but it is often always this one which is put ahead. For the water footprint, after 15 years of international development, there is still no consensus on how to calculate it. We lead an international project between 2012 and 2015 with the different energy members from the World Energy Council, with the World Water Council, and finally we didn't succeed to find a consensus at the end of the day to have common indicators on the water footprint. For the material footprint, it is a little bit more simple to calculate, but the problem is that you have so many materials and so many different hypotheses possible, lifetime, load factor, and so on, that it is also difficult to compare these ones. And for the biodiversity, the most difficult to calculate and compare and the less advanced footprint, it's why I didn't talk about it today, because I would have been too long if I talked about biodiversity footprint, and the results were not, for instance, for the moment, I would say, very accurate and relevant. So if I want to share with you 4 messages, the first one is there is more to life than just carbon, just to say that you really have to look at all the dimensions of the footprint, at least as the main one, as presented today. The second one is that the comparison between energy and the different energy sources should be carefully looked, as I said, with the same indicators, the same hypotheses for each indicators, because often you have an aggregation of different indicators which made the footprint. So important to know what is behind each indicators. And the third point is that really specific and dedicated studies as we made, as we performed for the nuclear life cycle analysis in France is really more accurate than those obtained with global database, which are not always comprehensive and not always updated. And so it is really important to make detailed study if you really want to have accurate results on a specific LCA, for instance. And the last and the final point is really that all energy sources have their own advantage and disadvantages. And so there is no miracle solution without footprint. Whatever the footprint, sometimes you have a higher footprint for one side and a lower footprint for another footprint. So it's really a question of balance, of trade-offs, and choice to make the decision at the end of the day. So thank you for your attention, and don't hesitate if you have questions of comprehension of if you want more details on this study and these results. Thanks.
Thank you, Laurent. Before the questions, maybe I would just give the floor to Stéphane to tell us a bit more about the implications of the Water Energy Nexus in the climate negotiations. As you were here in Dubai earlier this week. So the floor is yours, Stéphane, for a short presentation on those issues.
Okay. In fact, I would say two things. First point is why having this kind of data is interesting. Point one. Secondly, what can be, let's say, the needed for additional works on these topics? And thirdly, what we can, let's say, take into account if we want to design something to be negotiated here, or at least to be endorsed in the national determinate contribution, whatever you are developing or developed countries. First point is we need data. We all need data. We need data on all sectors, and this is something which is crucial. We have inconsistency of data, of footprints, of way to monitor and to reflect some information on almost all the topics. Here we spoke about the energy water nexus, but we have the same things on the construction sectors, on the land use, many things. So we are missing data, and it is quite important for long trends and trajectories. So this is the first point. Second point, in the negotiation process, it's complex. Why? Because normally, we are not negotiated on this point in the new FCCC frameworks. It means that because it's not working, I will say because we don't have enough largest commitment from countries, we enter into deep, let's say, topics like cities, water, and some other points. But at the beginning, the concept of UNFCCC was to, let's say, remain based on the national commitments, and the way they are going to implement was their own responsibility. This is the point of negotiation. So because it is lacking of ambition and also of many additional things, we open the sectors, and now we are more, let's say, focusing on the way to implement. And just to remind that this is the first years, we have a high-level segment on energy, and we saw the difficulties here to discuss even about the wording, about phase-out, decreasing, and everything about fossil fuel. On the other side, and last point, I will say, what is the best solution? And Laurent already introduced that. I will say it has to be national and locally based. So it means the granularity of indicators are also to be adapted to the, let's say, local strategy, national strategy, availability of technologies, and also the, let's say, full channel about the cost. And this is also one critical point. So all this mixed make quite difficult to say what will be the point of these two topics in the negotiation. This is to say it's complex, but we need this data. And the explanation about the different methodology is quite interesting also, because in fact, we can add many, many additional ones, and even the cost issue, and even the availability of technology, and many other points. I just want to give you also one figure about the cost. We are all focusing and struggling to mobilize funds. And I think most of us maybe just forget that subsidies for fossil fuel and globally for energy, carbon energy, is almost 7,000 billion euro per year. So it means 7.1% of the global GDP. So just to say, we are in position to, let's say, transfer this huge amount of fund from new technologies and new way to design low carbon strategy at national and territorial level. It means we need to have these kind of things in the NDC. We need to have these kind of things in the NAPS, the National Adaptation Plan, and in the long-term strategy. And so far, frankly speaking, it is quite not there. And even when we consider the point of financing is not there. So again, we need data. We need to be in position to explain and to have a kind of roadmap. I will suggest one thing for the largest institution like IRENA, IEA, we need a kind of dashboard with all this data available, not, let's say, only at a general point, but also to focus on local points. And what does it mean? Oh, it can be transferable. What can be the, let's say, the way to scale up? What can be the way to duplicate this technology elsewhere? And also to cross-figure everything. So this is to say that this kind of data we need to have. And by the way, they are missing. They are missing. Laurent already more or less explained. They are missing because I would say it's a political point at the end. It seems to be only a technical one, but frankly speaking, it's just a political point. I will just refresh each of us that, for example, even the summary for stakeholders from the EPCC has difficulties to be approved in the last intermediary session in Bonn this summer. So it means that as soon as we spoke about scenarios, materials, availability of anything, it's complex. And even this water issue is sensitive for many, many reasons. And even for new, let's say, vectors like hydrogen, green hydrogen, this is also something we have to take into account. And we have also to take into account the co-benefits. So, and I think it's quite important also keep in mind, because we are speaking about negotiation. So as soon as we just focus on some mix of technologies, we need also to have, let's say, the list and how we are going to monitor the co-benefit approach. What does it mean? It means that as soon as we are going to work on a specific sectors, we need to embrace and to endorse what could be the lack and the difficulties, but also what could be the benefits on additional things. So I will say about land use, biodiversity, and other things. So this is, let's say, my first comment. And again, it is a complex point, but this is also a political point. And finally, I will just refresh that because we are lacking of ambition, we start to open the door to new topics. But it has to be elsewhere in the negotiation process, and not only in this UNFCCC process, but also in the other Rio Convention and also partnership, because at the end, water is a way to have resilience for many population, territories, and energy water nexus is also a way to block and to unlock significant development patterns. So this is why we push this kind of agenda, not because we want to decide and to focus on one or two specific best technologies, because as Laurent already mentioned, we don't have a best, let's say, single one solution. It has to be a mixed. But even for a mix, we have to take into account many additional things because it's political. And finally, to say that trying to put that in the agenda can fit different additional agenda. You remember how it was difficult to agree on a common, let's say, methodology, baseline, even for NDCs. And even now for the global stocktake, we are struggling to have the same monitoring process, and we're struggling to have the same MRV and reporting process. And all indicators are crucial. We need MRV system everywhere. We need to be in position to report, and especially to report additionality. We don't have here times to go too much in details, but one day we will have carbon trading on this issue. And one day we will have also to look to externalities. It is a very long starting process since decades, but I assume as soon as we are going to speak about environmental integrity, we will have to take into account water, energy, nexus, biodiversity, and other ones, and especially when cross links with also local communities and others. So just to say, this is a starting process. I'm not so sure the study we have co-produced on behalf of EDF and the partnership, the water partnership, will be the final product. Just to open a door and to claim that we need additional efforts from the international communities to work on this issue, to be in position to anticipate future requirements in the negotiation, but also, again, on everything linked with Article 6 and other points, because one day we will have to demonstrate additionality and environmental integrity. And speaking about energy is also speaking about water, biodiversity, and environmental integrity. So this can be my point. And just after, for sure, I can also answer to question. But as you say, Geoffrey, we are negotiating. And as soon as we discuss with our colleagues from the different stakeholders we are supporting, they have the same concern. They need to be convinced to have data to secure their decisions and also to be in position to imagine what can be the, let's say, arrangement for financial schemes they are going to claim. And last point, again, subsidies are not a fatality. We have example like in Morocco, they have phased out but fossil fuel subsidies since some years. So it means we have a huge amount of money available as soon as we put in place a good frameworks to rethink our energy and as well as the energy nexus related topics to design appropriate roadmap for a low carbon strategy in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Stéphane, for this really insightful elements on the global processes, and not only COPs and UNFCCC framework, but a more holistic approach to dealing with energy and water globally. We have 5 minutes left, so maybe just one question, because at FWP we like to showcase and focus on solutions to tackle those global issues. So in your experience, both of you, maybe 2 minutes each, can you provide examples of the reduction of impacts of energy production, and especially on water and land use? Thank you.
Stéphane?
Yeah, I can start. In fact, I will say we don't have clear, nice, proper story to tell, because all the time it's a combined approach. But I will say small dams make sense in many places, but they are facing the constraints of water. So as soon as there is a mix of, let's say, production, the small dams can make sense. Another point also is to imagine how we are going to clean, for example, the large panels production plants. Like we have, for example, in Dubai, we have one of the largest plants, and they have a dry cleaning process. So just some examples. So where consider water as a critical point. But I would say it's really complex to have one single solution to demonstrate it's working. I will say, because it is more the externalities that we focus on. For example, as soon as we work on water heating from renewables, for example, we avoid taking into account biomass, we avoid many things. So I would say it's a mix of small solution and large one, which makes the energy and water concern at the forefront. But we need, and maybe this is a conclusion on that point, we need to demonstrate maybe a kind of showcase, let's say, reports, to have all these kind of solutions to be put in the front, because it is needed, frankly speaking.
Okay, and from my side, in 2 minutes, 2 simple examples, but I think we are really relevant. The first one is, for instance, for our new nuclear power plant. Most of them are built along the seashore in order to use seawater and not fresh water. So this is the case in UK, but also in France and in most of the new EPR2 project for new nuclear power plant. And the second one is for hydropower, just to talk about not the energy, but the water and the correlation and the interlinkages between the both is a multi-purpose use of water from hydropower reservoir. And for instance, in the Durance Valley, we put in place a system to make the link with Stefan talk about financing. And so we set up a system to remunerate the farmers in order they save the water. And it means that we have more water because they use the water from our reservoir. And if they use less water, we have more flexibility to use our hydropower. And so we pay them to save the water. And in return, we have more flexibility to put on the network the hydropower when the cost of electricity is high. And so this is a win-win situation, and even the ecosystem has benefit also from the system because we release more flow release at the bottom of the power plant. But just to say that with this methodology, this convention, they save more than 30% of water in the reservoir, just because they have a right on it and they use this right. But when you pay them to reduce this use, they can find a good solution to do it. So this is two examples, one for hydro, one for nuclear, just to illustrate what we can do for that. And maybe a last one for nuclear, because we are still working also on our existing nuclear power plant. And for instance, we are just beginning a new test on the prototype with the MIT in order to recover the water at the outlet of the cooling tower and to reduce the water consumption of this nuclear power plant. This system has been tested by the MIT and it works in the laboratory, but we will test it next year in France to try to use it on a real nuclear power plant and to check if it works or not. This innovation is also a way to improve this topic.
Thank you both. Thank you both for joining us today. I think we will switch to our second panel now, just to keep with the good timing. But thank you for this useful conversation on the water energy nexus. And from our standpoint at FWP, since we go to COPs, we see now that more and more energy people and water people are, communicating, talking with each other, and it's encouraging, and I think it's going towards the right direction. Is it going towards the right direction fast enough? I don't know, but at least there is a conversation happening and more dialogue. So the study we mentioned by FWP, EDF, and Energy 2050 will be available in the first semester of 2024. And we will have more opportunities in the next months to, showcase our results, our firm results, and the study. And then, now, to give the floor to the second panel and the second moderator for the second half of the session. So please come on stage. Thank you.
I think we can wait for Ryan to come, or we can start. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, hello everyone. Thank you so much for joining in. I am Zainab Zahid from Pakistan, the pavilion right next to France. I'll be the moderator of this session. Thank you so much to our panelists for joining in. So before we start, I'd like to introduce our moderators. So, but maybe just like give me a brief overview of what essentially we are going to talk in this, as we are sitting in this pavilion discussing about advancing the water scarcity through global energy footprint analysis and transnational cooperation. Our panelists will be sharing their perspectives from their professional journeys of how they think we can improve the transnational cooperation in their particular domains from their expertise. So we are joined by Ms. Trigya Sen. She's a Senior Coordinator, Global High Impact Corporate Resource Sourcing Coalition and Global Renewable Energy Renewable Alliances. Trigya Singh currently serves as a Senior Coordinator for the Global Renewable Alliance, which with an impressive career spanning over 11 years. She has cultivated extensive expertise in consortium building for an excess of SDGs and government or corporate responsibility. Her current role focuses on the intersectionality of 24/7 carbon-free energy policy and energy geopolitics in LATAM, APEC, and European Union. Thank you so much for joining in, Trigya. Next, we have Mr. Mohammed Seben. Mohammed holds MSc in Civil Engineering from University of Granada in Spain and specialized a Master's in International Project Management from ESCP Europe. In 2022, Mohammed has joined IDE as Regional Manager of MENA, responsible for business development activities across the MENA region. Most recently, he was leading the business development activities of Equiona Egua in the MENA region, and then moving to KSA as country manager. So thank you so much for joining us, Mohammed. Next, we have Mr. Luke. Mr. Luke Shores is the co-founder and president of Capture 6, and he's the also co-founder and a president, actually, which is a climate-focused public benefit company working on the nexus of water and the decarbonization. Dr. Shores' professional interest spans health, energy, education, and technology, and he has worked over 20 countries with a range of multilateral and bilateral clients, including the World Bank, OECD, UNICEF, USAID, and has co-founded a startup centered on computer vision prior to Capture 6. Thank you so much for such impressive credentials and for joining our panel. Next, we have Mr. Ryan D. Phillip. Ryan is a writer, water and climate specialist, and his dedicated career to understanding the complex interplay between climate change and freshwater resources over different spatial and temporal scales. With his deep understanding of hydrology, water management, and climate science, Ryan has worked on projects across the Caribbean to develop sustainable water strategies that are resilient in face of a changing climate. So with this introduction, I'll move on to our first panelist, Trigya. So Trigya, you are working with the renewable, in the renewable energy sector. So seeing the intersection of water and energy. And also considering that water and energy are very interlinked. So from your professional experience, how do you see we can make this, a good compromise, which is decent when it comes to, having that kind of good water footprint and as well as reducing the energy footprint? So anything that you would like from your experience?
I would like to add quite a bit, but to begin with, we are Global Renewables Alliance. We are about 6 or 7 months old. We were sort of launched last year in COP27. We basically are a collection of all technologies, 100% renewable. And when you talk about the nexus of water and energy, all our systems like the SDGs are interconnected. None of them work in silos. We should not look at them in silos. If you are aware of the concepts of transformation innovation policy, which is basically what we're all trying to do here, use policies to transform systems, you have to look at energy as a proper system along with water. And if you're looking at levers like, decarbonization, for example, net zero, civil society work, multilateralism, all of these are basically transforming the system, but they have to transform it together. If you work in silo and transform it one by one, it doesn't really work, which is why we are also talking about 24/7 carbon-free energy, which is what I propagate and I work on. And that concept really is, it's a little complicated, but to simplify it, it means everything, everywhere, all at once, which also means 24/7 carbon-free energy matching is an approach to corporate energy procurement, which also means getting the corporates in action, getting them to do the procurement, and 100% renewables should be a part of that. So it's not a compromise to really speak of that. It should work. So when their policymakers are working on this, should also look at water systems, because fossil fuel, and electricity production consumes a lot of water, and it does also, pollute water. So if you move to 100% renewables, I wouldn't say it immediately solves the problem, but it is the first solution.
Yeah, thank you so much for adding your perspective. So with this, I'll move to Mohammed. So in your work with IDE, from economic as well as environmental perspective, you work on, the water recovery methods and especially the reduction of brine from the operations perspective. So from your experience, how do you see this intersection of water and energy sector, and how we can make sure that we have that kind of balance when it comes to industrial operations and overall reduction of the water footprint in the energy sector?
Thank you, Ms. Zainab, for your question. So actually, industrial advancements and population growth increase the need to generate water from available sources such as sea and brackish water. So current technologies available today for water production, as you all know, we have it's basically reverse osmosis or thermal technologies. So there is a clear need for an efficient and cost-effective solution for high recovery RO. So for many ZLD, MLD, and other RO applications that require minimal brine, the ability to squeeze the brine as much as possible may determine whether a given project is economically viable or not. So while some technologies are already available in the market today, IDE, we have developed the Max H2O desalter, which is a promising solution for addressing today's brine management challenges. So basically, these solutions, just to give a short description, basically what we do is we push the RO up to the limit, so we increase the recovery of the system, and we minimize the brine, okay, which make the solution very sustainable. So it is not, again, we have to forget about the conventional treatment where we go with a simple recovery. And today, with these technologies, we can reach up to 90 or 98% recovery, which takes us to a very sustainable solution as we really minimize the brine. So it's very, very sustainable. Okay. So due to the significant difference in cost, the most economical approach would be to increase the load on the RO process as much as applicable, and then maximize its recovery, which will decrease the size of the thermal crystallization unit to a minimum. So in IDE, to summarize, our focus now with our R&D team is focusing on sustainable desalination and high recovery solution to maximize the benefit of the water and minimize the brine.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your experience of how you were working in the MENA region. Now I'll move on to Mr. Luke. So tell us a little bit about what essentially you were doing. When I was going through your work, I read really impressive, the innovative work that you were doing to capture the carbon from the atmosphere. So essentially, how are you working on, the interlinkage of water and energy sector, and how do you see this moving forward, contributing to making an impact in the sector?
For the question. So just as the prior presentation basically showed the the water intensity or the water usage of generating electricity, so too as the IPCC tells us that we need to get to gigaton removal, and the path to do so is through engineered carbon removal. The options that are being put forward for doing engineered carbon removal are themselves water intensive. They're water intensive, and because they operate at high temperatures and thus are not amenable to using intermittent renewable power, it's basically perpetuating other high carbon on the grid. So we came to the sort of question of how do we scale direct air capture in a way that is water positive and is a way that actually can be run solely on intermittent renewables. And so our sort of solution to this conundrum is to use salt waste, which Mohammed was just speaking of, in existing operations, whether that's RO reject, brackish water, geothermal brines, or any basically source of anthropogenic salt, freshwater salinization syndrome, as basically a feedstock for capturing carbon. So sodium hydroxide, which is our solvent that we use for performing direct air capture, when it is exposed in the air on an air contactor, it spontaneously forms sodium carbonate. So the outputs of our process, carbon dioxide, sodium carbonate, sodium hydroxide, these are all actually can be inputs to water treatment. And so this can become a circular kind of economy where basically the water treatment facilities' trash is our treasure and vice versa. And so our first facility will break ground in California in the first quarter of next year. And so that's kind of what we're all engaged with. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I think the perspective that you actually mentioned about that it has a very useful byproduct which is essentially used for the water treatment. So it's more of like circular economy perspective and a very sustainable project. So impressive work. Thank you for sharing your experience. So now moving on to Rayan. Rayan, as a water engineer at St. Kitts Water, how are you working in the services department and how do you see this issue of the intersection between the water and energy sector and essentially specifically in your role as an engineer? Yeah.
Thanks so much for the question. I think it's important that I give the local perspective of a very small island nation. In my position, I work as an assistant water engineer and I oversee all engineering and projects related to integrated water resource management. And what we've realized recently as we try to transition into what we call a sustainable island state is that we have to pair not only water and energy but agriculture as well. But since we're focusing on water and energy today, I'll give a bit of a background of how the water distribution system works as well, because it would help to understand why we need to focus on merging the two. So in St. Kitts, we are a particularly water scarce country. And we depend primarily on groundwater resources. The energy required to extract that groundwater and to distribute it to different communities is very energy intensive. At the moment, we produce about 5 million imperial gallons per day, which really isn't that much, but there is a deficit of about 2 million gallons. So we're in the process of transitioning towards desalination. And then we now realize that that is even more energy intensive. We are heavily dependent on fossil fuels in the country. And we're dependent on fossil fuels from external sources. So while we're looking at sustainability, we realize, all right, we need to ensure that whatever direction we head into, we do it in the most sustainable way using renewable energy sources. And another thing that we are faced with, not only in St. Kitts, but in the Caribbean itself and a lot of other developing countries, is that we have very high what you call non-revenue water or water loss. And we've started looking at that through the carbon footprint lens. So in St. Kitts, we can't come up with an exact figure of how much water, what our percentage water loss is, because they've mentioned there is a lack of data. But if it is that we have a water loss of, let's say, 40 to 50%, it doesn't only mean that we're losing water, but we're losing energy as well. So we've sort of started looking at it through that lens to incentivize infrastructural improvements to reduce not only water loss, but also reduce energy consumption. So these are some of the smaller things that we're doing within that realm. And like I said, on island, we're also trying to merge water, energy, and agriculture, because there can't be sustainable agriculture without sustainable water resource management. And also there is a symbiotic relationship between the two, because there can't be sustainable water management without sustainable water management within agriculture. So that is a snapshot of what we're doing in St. Kitts. And like I said, it's a very tiny island, just 68 square miles. So we try to leverage that small size, and we have a saying that we are small enough to be the best example of sustainability, and that is what we're trying to do at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, small enough, but definitely there is a power in the individual actions, which I was actually talking in the last event in the Children and Youth Pavilion, that we should not underestimate the power of small actions, because ultimately at the end of the day, it's basically the butterfly impact, and small actions do matter for the communities, local communities specifically. So now, as we segue further, in your work through the Global Renewables Alliance, how are you working with the governments and, bringing them on board? Because I think when ultimately we talk about the transition, it's very important to engage governments and, to bring them on board to actually implement it, to foster that bottom-up approach. So any take on that, how you are working?
I'm so glad you asked me this question. You might have heard of a campaign called Double Down, Triple Up, 3X Renewables. That's us. So we have about 130 signatories right now, all governments. And we're trying to hopefully get it into the text of tripling renewables and doubling down efficiency, which means also phase out and phase down and phase out, basically. So we work very closely with multilaterals, governments. We also have associations, which are technologies. So we have hydro, wind, solar, long duration energy storage, everything together, trying to decarbonize the system. And hopefully, once the text gets done, I'm a positivist, so I'm looking at it from that angle, implementation follows. And then that's where we work with our partners like IRENA, IEA, and 21, RE100, to make sure the implementation is done at subnational and national levels. Government support is extremely important. So unless it's not in the NDCs, it doesn't really work. And 24/7 becomes a little interesting, because along with government, you need corporates. You need the power of corporates behind this. Under 24/7 carbon-free energy, which is also UN Compact, we have 140 signatories, which are governments, small cities, municipalities, suppliers, buyers of renewable. And we are trying to make this into a movement, which will also be supporting additionality, like, as your keynote speaker spoke about. We're talking about granularity and measurement and standards, and that needs to be brought in. So it's not only important to talk about getting it into the text and having it as an advocacy piece. You have to measure and see how each government or each region does it, because the problems are different. Like maybe a St. Kitts problem will be very different from what an Indian problem would be at a government scale or a large scale. So we are trying to be that one convening body for small, big, large, medium touch points.
Thank you so much for your inputs, and definitely I think what you mentioned, ambition must be followed by action. So essentially, I think governments has a big responsibility to get on board, like if there is a platform. So now it's their call to make sure to join the hands and basically translate that ambition into action. With this, I'll move on to Mohammed for the next question. So while working in the MENA region, if you would like to highlight some of the gaps and opportunities, because essentially when we are talking about research and development and implementing that kind of research, I think there are also a lot of hiccups and bottlenecks which you might have to face when it comes to implementation. And essentially, again, what essentially we are talking about when you were translating that ambition into action. So what hurdles you have faced and what actually worked for you as a person who is leading within the MENA region? Because essentially within the region, the needs of the communities are different, the needs of the countries are different, and they have different kind of resources. So how do you meet these challenges, and what are the key challenges that you would like to highlight?
Thank you, Zainab. So, first of all, I would like to highlight that, again, IDE is new into this region. So we started, we opened our office in 2022. So we are just have initiated our activities and focus on UAE and Morocco. So in terms of challenges that we are finding right now, I would like to say that, for instance, look, IDE is a pioneer in implementing life cycle assessment method for measuring and quantifying the environmental impacts of desalinated water. So the main contributor to this is to the CO2 emission is the power consumption, and can be effectively mitigated by changing the energy sources. So since the CO2 emission, which relates to power consumption, cannot be eliminated completely, the way to net zero desalination is by addressing other factors such as chemicals, membranes, and implementation of carbon negative solutions. So as part of our commitment in the region to reduce the desalination plant's carbon footprints and our dedication to ESG values, we also aim to recycle CO2 by capturing it from the plant's internal process. So for instance, in Sorek 2 in Israel, which is one of our flagship SWRO desalination plant, we implemented the carbon capture solution. So this technology basically is to capture the CO2 from the power plant, and then to use it for the post-treatment. So by doing this, there is no need to bring CO2 to the plant and to transport it, basically. We can be self-sustained. It will be self-sustaining in terms of chemical use. Same we are doing with, for instance, with the hypochlorite. So instead of buying hypochlorite, we produce it on the site. So when you have 30 years operation and maintenance, it's obviously the best sustainable approach to produce your chemicals on the site for 30 years than buying the chemicals from different locations, from different places. So you can avoid the transportation, and you can contribute to reducing the carbon footprint. Unfortunately today, and this is up to now in the MENA region, we have not seen it. When it comes to bid a desalination plant, we are not seeing the clients or the stakeholders including a way to measure the carbon footprint reduction, which basically shows us that they are still looking for a conventional desalination plant without any innovative solution to reduce the carbon footprint. So that's why we are encouraging all our clients, all the stakeholders, to implement a method that at least will allow a comparison between the different solutions. So at least the client can have an idea by depending on which solution he will select, which will be the less the most sustainable solution, let's say, and what would be the impact on the cost. So we hopefully in the next years we will start seeing this kind of methodology implemented in the large-scale desalination plant.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your experience. And essentially, I think behavior change is one of the most important thing, and education for the communities or beneficiaries is one of the most important thing to solve the challenge of what essentially you mentioned. Okay, so moving on to Luke. Again, I'm going to ask you a question. Please let me know if you're comfortable answering it. So while you work and you are working on the implementation side, so how do you basically advocate for what you are doing essentially, especially when it comes to innovation, research and development? We link it with young people mostly, and I hope you're also working with a lot of young people in the work that you do through Capture 6. And secondly, how do you see this contributing to the Article 6 when we talk about market mechanisms, when we talk about carbon markets and the negotiated items specifically under the Article 6. So if you would like to comment on this, when we are having the negotiations going on the Article 6 in the negotiations room, so how do you think your work will complement to that whole debate of having market and non-market mechanisms? Yeah.
Thank you. Of course, a core challenge in scaling carbon removal is that the high quality carbon removal that has the characteristics of permanence, irreversibility, additionality, right? These are more expensive, right? And so this has always created a tendency by groups that are purchasing carbon offsets or carbon removal to kind of buy cheaper options. And the unfortunate consequence of that is sometimes those options are not actually contributing to anything positive to the climate. And so there's been a number of recent studies that have looked at different offset programs and have found that many of them have actually not actually done anything meaningful, right? So, but that being said, how do you scale durable carbon removal in the face of a somewhat fragmented carbon market? And so, like every other kind of DAC group, we are working to kind of increase the efficiency of our systems, to make our cooling towers, which were optimized for a very different application, suitable for this particular application. But what we're doing in addition is we are generating something else that has value. And also has value in a local context. Carbon removal is great. It has the potential to produce a global public good. But what is the local benefit that is conferred on communities? And so the answer to both of those questions in our mind hinges on water, because water is both a local need in many communities, and also by stacking revenues from water production and carbon removal, it's possible to lower dramatically the price of direct air capture. And this, in our opinion, represents a pathway to, large-scale carbon removal, because it is fulfilling something that communities are actually demanding, versus potentially imposing a solution that provides jobs, but not a lot of other local benefits. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, definitely. You added a perspective to it, and I think what you reiterated is very important, that essentially even if you are capturing carbon, so what benefit it's going to provide to the local community. So essentially the demand should be coming from the local communities rather than like telling them that, okay, this solution exists, because I think ultimately the acceptability will help scale up it in the other different communities. So yeah, thank you for adding that. So with this, we'll move on to Rayan for the next question. So Rayan, in your experience of working with communities, specifically when it comes to your work, what kind of gaps and issues you have experienced, especially, once, what essentially he also mentioned, Luke also mentioned, and again, as a young person, how you have probably, I'm not sure, like again, how you have reacted to those experiences of the communities, because ultimately when we talk about innovation and, bringing, taking the solution to the communities, it's also very important to have that kind of informed advocacy so that they get to know the value that solution is going to provide to them. Because ultimately, without knowing the value of what that solution is bringing to you, how it's going to benefit you, it gets very difficult to get involved with the beneficiaries. So what has worked for you and what didn't work for you, if you want to share your experience for that?
Thanks so much for that question. In my line of work, I've become very passionate about water and water advocacy, especially among young people. And the reason for that is simply because I've realized that water is chronically undervalued, typically because it's underpriced. I won't get too much into the underpricing of water, but I'll focus on the undervaluing of it, especially where I come from. Persons don't really have any regard for where their water comes from, the work that goes into getting it to their tap, giving them 24/7 supply of potable water, fresh water. They don't understand how much of a privilege that is. So what I've done is that I've tried my best personally to engage with communities, have town hall meetings, try to have communication campaigns, simply stressing the value and the importance of conserving water. I would have mentioned earlier that we have a daily deficit of about 2 million gallons per day. And I strongly believe that we can overcome that deficit, not by building a desalination plant, but by conserving water, by preaching conservation. I think that the solution to this as well is addressing the underpricing of water. And one of the reasons that water is underpriced as well is because persons don't understand how energy intensive it is. They don't understand the cost of infrastructure and how difficult it is to improve water infrastructure. If it is that I'm going to improve or replace a major pipeline, it includes resurfacing roads, removing other utilities, cables, that sort of thing. And it's very, very costly. So I wanted to add as well that one of the major limitations we have in the small island context is finance. So while we're here at COP, I'm keeping my eye very closely on finance, adaptation finance, that sort of thing, because we need that to improve our infrastructural systems. Traditionally, we've not really paid much attention to energy efficiency in the water sector. We're a water scarce country community. If we find a reserve of fresh water underground in X community and we have to run X amount of pipes to get it to another community, we haven't considered how energy intensive it is. And I don't think we can, because we just need the water. So we're starting to think that way now. And the only way that we're going to improve in terms of our energy efficiency is if we get more money. So those are the two things that I really want to highlight. One, water is often undervalued because it's underpriced. And in St. Kitts, we're doing work to engage with communities so that they are aware of the true value of water and the true cost of water. And on the other hand, we need money to overcome some of the other challenges that we're faced with infrastructurally.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting these problems. I think these are the real world problems that you highlighted, which does not even need attention, does not only need attention of, the communities who are the beneficiaries, but rather also the policy makers, because essentially the pricing mechanisms and other operational aspects are the one which people having that kind of decision-making power are controlling. So essentially, it's also very important to involve that side of the table who have that kind of power. With this, and in interest of time, I would just quickly ask all the panelists to share one takeaway for our audience, and especially your message for, especially on your work domain. Yeah.
I think I said it before, so double down, triple up, support the campaign, keep lookout for it, and then join forces in promoting it. But also, if you're interested in joining the 24/7 Energy Compact, basically it's an online platform. You can join them. It has tools, trainings on how to do clean procurement, and I'm your point of contact for that. I'm going to leave this with you, with my email address on it, and if there is any interest, please get in touch.
Yeah, thank you.
So I think as the power industry uses high amount of water, in order to reduce its water footprint, there is a clear need to use small water treatment solutions in order to increase water usage, minimize the waste discharge, and maximize the water reuse. The water industry has a lot to offer in this aspect. So I think we need to move beyond this and try to implement real solution, and again forget about the theoretical analysis, and try to implement these solutions in the next large desalination plants and water treatment facilities to support sustainability and reducing carbon footprint.
Yeah, please.
Most people experience climate change first through the lens of water. And so whether that's, droughts or floods or storms, water in some ways is the symptom that can be easily seen of climate change. And as carbon removal plays more and more into scenarios for staying within 1.5, it's important that we don't basically pit one environmental challenge against another, but sort of look to create a virtuous feedback. And so in thinking about scaling carbon removal, how do we also improve water security at the same time?
Okay, so I'm going to have two messages. One for everyone in the audience, which is something that I tell persons in my community as well, is that I may be the water engineer at the utility, but we're all water managers. And what you do affects your neighbor, and it affects everyone else in the community when it comes to the consumption of water, because it is a shared good, it is a shared resource. And I like to stress that it is not an infinite resource as well. It is something that is very finite. Like I said, we have 5 million gallons to distribute per day. Your takeout of that will affect someone else, or it would affect another industry. My message for the technocrats is that we need to pay sharp attention to the carbon footprint of water production, and we need to find sustainable solutions to reduce that as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for adding such a great perspective and bringing in, experiences and sharing with our audience today. So thank you. It was a pleasure having you and listening to your experiences of how you were engaging in your personal domains and professional domains. Thank you so much to our audience, too, for joining us. I hope it was useful for you. So at the end of session, maybe I think we can have a group photo. Yeah, okay. So I will request everyone to join us. Thank you so much.
Désolée, en plein truc, je...
Eh ben, écoute,
Pauline, est-ce que vous nous entendez?
Pardon, oui, je vous entends. Vous m'entendez également?
Oui, parfait, super, merci beaucoup.
Je peux désactiver mon micro?
لك ما لك كرش لك
Bonjour à tous.
Hello everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this event about 3030. My name is RETROUVEZ-NOUS. I am the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People Director.
Been having a hard time translating to English, so hello everyone, it's a pleasure to have you all in this event. I'm really happy to be finishing our time of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People at this COP with this event. It is my pleasure to have all of you here. We know that many of you have had a very long week, and it's a pleasure to share with you a bit about the work of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, but also the work of many of the partners and countries with regards to 30 by 30. I will wait just a second because we need to put this on mute. Thank you. I will share with you briefly the work of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. For those of you who don't know about the coalition is a coalition that calls for the protection and conservation of at least 30% of the planet's land and ocean by 2030. The coalition started work and was launched at the One Planet Summit back in 2021, and we have been working very hard for the last years and making sure that the 30 by 30 target was adopted at COP15. And it was, and we were very happy about that. Once the target was adopted and we had 117 countries, we managed to make sure, we wanted to make sure that the continuation and the adoption and implementation of this target was a reality. And this is when we created the Secretariat of the High Ambition Coalition. So with the support of course, the co-chairs, which are Costa Rica, France, and the UK, we launched the Secretariat at the beginning of this year, and we have been able to build the Secretariat and build the different tools. Minister, please. For this last year, we have been able to develop 3 tools to support the countries of the High Ambition Coalition. As I mentioned before, when back at COP15, we were 116 countries. Now we're 118. Yesterday, we had the announcement of China joining the High Ambition Coalition, and we are very happy about that. Since January, we have been working tirelessly to make sure that we are developing those tools in order to make sure that countries have the sufficient support to implement Target 3. We have developed 3 tools, and you will hear more about that in a bit. Mainly the 30 by 30 Solutions Toolkit, which is a toolkit that really was built in collaboration with IUC and WCPA, but also with TNC and in collaboration with WWF, Campaign for Nature, and the IIFB. This tool is supposed to be a conglomerate of all the information related to Target 3. What we have done is, for those of you who don't know about the target, it's a 12-sentence paragraph, and we know that it has a lot of elements. So really, the tool, what it intends to do is to decompress that target into different elements and to provide scientific knowledge on those different elements, but also interactive resources. And so we're happy to let you know that yesterday we launched this tool as well as the matchmaking tools. The matchmaking tools, both on technical assistance and on financial assistance, were also launched yesterday. And the main aim is to make sure that countries of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People can submit their requests specifically on Target 3. And on that same tool, we will have the offers from our assistance providers, be it governments, civil society, philanthropists, private sector, and we hope to be able to match those requests with the different offers. So we're very happy to have launched yesterday those tools. We launched yesterday and we already have 62 offers and the first request from the Seychelles. So we're very happy about that, and we wanted to take this opportunity to thank Nature Expert for submitting a lot of those offers. We are very happy to collaborate with you. It is my honor now to give the floor to His Excellency Fodé Jawad, Minister of Environment of Sierra Leone, to provide a few words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thanks to the French government and the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People for hosting this event. Good afternoon to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, for Sierra Leone, protecting biodiversity is climate action. For us, we see that nature has regulated the planet's climate for centuries, and we think leveraging nature's technology must be part of the tool set that is used to solve the climate change crisis. The Upper Guinea forest, Sierra Leone, is one of nature's big lungs. In it, you have people usually talk about the Amazon, the Congo Basin, but they forget about the Upper Guinea forest, which is another one of those big ones. And in Sierra Leone, we also have the mangroves, which run along the west coast, and these are super efficient at carbon sequestration. We think, that these are tools that we can use as our contribution towards mitigation efforts, because they already are. For centuries, and these natural assets have been providing carbon sequestration services to the rest of the world free of charge. Problem is that, we haven't valued these correctly, and because of that, there's been lots of degradation and deforestation. We think we can reverse this trend, because if you value assets properly, then we can start regenerating and restoring these assets. But it takes investment. We need to value these assets correctly, and we need to invest these, because these are natural carbon sinks. Now, according to a 2016 report in Sierra Leone has about 240 hectares of mangroves. At the time, the report by the West African Biodiversity and Climate Change Program said that 25% of those were degraded, and this was 2016. That number is probably closer to 40% now. I, just a week ago, toured these mangroves. And you can see mangroves that are like 70 centimeters DBH, 50, 60, 70 feet high in the areas where they're intact. We could also see areas which had been degraded before, which naturally regenerates itself because they have been left alone. So this shows that, in Sierra Leone, we've done a pilot for an area which we thought was lost, i.e. people didn't think that mangroves could ever grow in this area. We did that about 6 months ago, putting propagates, and when I went there a couple of weeks ago, it's about 4 feet high. So there is potential for restoration and regeneration of mangroves in Sierra Leone. We would like, by 2030, to restore at least 30,000 hectares of mangroves, while at the same time maintaining the primary mangrove forests. Because you need to stop the degradation and then engage in restoration efforts. And we think in doing so, the local communities which will drive this process will benefit from protection of the coastline, from flooding and coastal erosion. They'll benefit from restoration of breeding grounds for marine ecosystems, because most of these communities depend on fishing. Employment from the restoration and protection efforts. And if we get it right, they can also benefit from marketing and sale of carbon sequestration services. Now, having said a lot about the degradation, we do have good news in Sierra Leone for conservation. There's a partnership called the Gola Rainforest Conservation, a partnership between the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, Conservation Society Sierra Leone, and the government of Sierra Leone, which has been going on for over a decade. This partnership, which is the first RED Plus project in Sierra Leone, puts the communities at the heart of conservation efforts by providing alternatives forms of livelihood for the forest communities. By leveraging the forest as a natural asset and investing in sustainable agriculture, this partnership has transformed how the communities benefit from the forest. So it's changed it from where they benefit from deforestation and degradation to a relationship where the communities benefit from conservation. And revenue from trading carbon, as well as revenue from these alternative sources of livelihood, is now used to sustain these communities. Sierra Leone is serious about stopping the degradation and engaging in conservation. We're looking for partnerships which provide opportunities for knowledge transfer, for technologies transfer, technical assistance, and investment in our natural assets. And we're hoping that organizations like the High Ambition for Nature and People can help us to achieve our goals. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much, and we stand ready to support you. Thank you also for sharing your experience on how communities benefit from conservation. It's a pleasure to hear from you, and I want to apologize because we had the wrong name, but Minister Joa Emmanuel Abdoulaye. It's a pleasure to have you, and we look very much forward to continuing on working with you, with your teams, to make sure that the 30 by 30 becomes a reality. So count on us. Now it's my pleasure to invite different speakers to the stage. So I would like to invite Mr. Abu Kara Samura, General Director of the Forest Office of Guinea, Mr. Onel Masardule from the International Indigenous Forum for Biodiversity. Si gusta puede tomar asiento. So if you would like, you can come on the stage, please. Mr. Hosuni, Project Coordinator for the National Park Bureau of the Comoros. If you can also join us on the stage. And I think we also have a representative from the Dominican Republic. We don't? Okay, perfect. So that will be our panel. But first, and I know that we have short time, only 3 minutes per intervention, so maybe I would like to start this panel by giving the floor to Domoina Rakutbe, who is the Senior Officer on Technical Assistance and Capacity Building of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, so she can share a little bit about the tools that we launched yesterday, specifically the matchmaking tools. So Domoina, you have a very short time, so we're running late.
Bonsoir tout le monde.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much for these kind words of introduction. My name is Domoina Rakutbe. I'm Senior Program Officer in the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. I would like to showcase a tool that we are implementing, that we launched yesterday, and that helps countries implementing their target number 3. It's the matchmaking between countries and assistance providers, namely NGOs, states, governments, Group 1 intergovernmental organizations. What I would like to showcase directly is the matchmaking. It's a tool, a matchmaking tool, as the name suggests, that has been implemented in order to help countries to match countries with assistance providers. So how does it work? It is an online platform that has been created for the member countries, the HAC member countries. I'll start with the Madagascar example. As you can see, thanks to this platform, you can get some guidelines, some recommendations to use in order of requests providing. So a given country can drop several requests. It can be 1, 2, 3 or more. There's a button here, as you can see. You just have to click on it in order to send a request so that they get in touch with common declaration, common statement, diversity framework, target 3, so that any country can send technical assistance or financial assistance request via this platform. In a nutshell, I can show you how it works. It's quite user-friendly. It's a simple way to submit a target 3 assistant request. Within this platform, you can see that 62 assistance offers are already available. The assistance can be national-based, but also site-specific. Several offers have been made by nature experts from France, who have identified several bits of expertise in terms of how to support countries with sites, wetlands restorations, for example. So that's how it works. We just all the countries can feel invited to use the platform. It is available, it is functional, it is operational. And now on the basis of the various requests submitted by the countries, we'll get a better degree of visibility in terms of their needs. Thank you for your attention, and we'll answer your question with pleasure.
Thank you very much, Domoina. Perfect. Thank you, Domoina, very much, and thank you for being right on time. This panel will be a panel where we will be sharing a bit of experience on how each one of you has been contributing to the implementation of Target 3. And I would like to start by Mr. Abu Bakara, Director of the Forest Office of Guinea. Would you share with us a bit how have you been implementing and how the progress has been with regards to Target 3?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I am the Colonel Abakra Samura, Director General of the President Forest and a focal point for the biodiversity in Guinea. Thank you, Al-Haq, for inviting us to this panel. Mr. President De Haak, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of different countries, dear panelists, distinguished guests. I wanted to first of all thank very much the Secretariat for the organization of this COP28 on climate change, and the HAC for inviting us. We are honored to participate to this panel of such high level, where you share the progress accomplished, well, to share with you the progress of Guinea when it comes to the implementation of Target 3. In Guinea, the services provided by the ecosystem are essential to make the life of local communities. In particular, to feed and to provide water, forest products, and to protect the local communities against floods. During COP15 on biodiversity, the Guinea engaged firmly to cover 30% of its territory in marine zones by 2030, in the extension and the consolidation of its network of protected zones by creating parks, national parks, marine and coastal, plus natural reserves. This new network will be based on these historical protected zones, but also on the different assessments carried out together with the partners on the importance of ecological and the contribution to the adaptation and the mitigation in this strategic zone. This representative, this network will have as objective to maintain the natural capital of Guinea, because it's essential for the population, but also to develop green employment in phases of management of these areas. This process, launched during COP28, is being implemented with the support of technical and financial partners of Guinea, meaning French agency, World Bank, EGSN. Ladies and gentlemen, after the launch of first works of these protected areas, the proportion of covering has changed by 15%, with the whole network with 26.8% now. This network is being consolidated with the official, with the creation of an official network of the national parks, and the launching of a process of creation of a foundation to finance the network that should benefit of contribution of public subventions and operators of mine, which is the basic sector of industry in our country. As you can hear, our government, according to the vision of our president, through his concrete acts, has engaged into implementing the world framework to preserve the biodiversity in order to create a favorable environment, an environment favorable for the well-being of the vulnerable populations of Guinea and West Africa. To finish, we ask all our partners to extra help to implement the global framework. Long life to COP28, long life to HAC. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing all the steps you've been doing. We are ready to help you in your efforts.
Sir Onel Masardoule from the International Indigenous Forum for Biodiversity, who will be sharing his remarks. Those will be in Spanish, and unfortunately there is no translation, so I will try to do my best in translating. Si gusta, lo puede realizar desde el escenario y yo lo traduzco desde acá.
Okay, buenas tardes y gracias por la invitación. Obviaré los saludos para ahorrar tiempo. Ya veo que el tiempo está muy corto. En nombre del Foro Internacional Indígena sobre Biodiversidad, queremos señalar algunos puntos en este espacio. Uno, que el FIP somos defensores de la meta 3, ¿verdad?, donde se habla de las otras medidas de conservación, porque allí es donde también se reconocen los derechos de los pueblos indígenas en su territorio y tierras.
It's because we are going to do the translation, so we need both to be on. So time is short, so I will not be going into the introduction, but I want to signal some elements from the International Indigenous Forum for Biodiversity. It is my pleasure to be here with you today and want to reiterate that the IIFB is a strong advocate for Target 3, as it is also a target where the rights and the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities are reflected.
Para el FIB, el Act 3030 es una iniciativa que respeta, reconoce y promueve los derechos y sistemas de conservación indígena. En este sentido, FIB está dispuesto a colaborar con AHAC en todo relacionado a la implementación de la Meta 3.
For the IIFB, Act 30 by 30 is an initiative that respects, recognizes, and promotes rights, indigenous rights and systems. In this light, the IIFB is willing to continue the strong collaboration undertaking with the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People.
También para nosotros nos complace de que HAC haya reactivado el grupo de trabajo sobre pueblos indígenas, el cual es muy satisfactorio porque nos va a permitir tener una colaboración muy estrecha.
We are very pleased to hear that the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People has reactivated its task force on IPLCs, as it will enable us to coordinate in the upcoming years.
De igual manera, el kit de herramientas que ha desarrollado el AHAC también va a servir para fortalecer nuestros trabajos en nuestros territorios.
Also, the matchmaking tools that were mentioned before will also permit us to progress with our efforts.
Por último, el FIB da la bienvenida al lanzamiento de la plataforma de HAC Matchmaking, porque eso nos complace, porque esto nos va a permitir también estar al día de lo que ustedes hacen, y yo creo que también el FIB está dispuesto a colaborar en esta iniciativa que ustedes tienen.
And lastly, I would like to recognize and welcome the matchmaking tools. This will enable us to have an up-to-date overview of the work, and we look forward to collaborate moving forward.
Y por último, queremos reiterar que FIB está a la disposición de seguir colaborando y de seguir entablando conversaciones con AHAC, porque todos sabemos que nuestro esfuerzo es por el bien de la biodiversidad y la humanidad. Muchas gracias.
We want to reiterate our strong engagement and willingness to continue collaborating with the High Ambition Coalition, as we know that our efforts are in order to make sure that biodiversity is conserved and continued. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much for your words, and we are very much happy to continue the collaboration with the IIFB. Now it's my honor to give the floor to the last panelist, who is Mr. Hosseini, Project Coordinator for the National Park Bureau of the Comoros. You can give your remarks here or there, as you wish. Please.
Bonjour tout le monde, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, welcome everyone. My name is Rasul Husseini. I represent the Directorate for Environment, and the director is not here because of professional obligation, but I will read the declaration that the management made. Member of the HAC, one of the 35 countries that belong. Now we are 120 now, or maybe 121 nations. I have the pleasure to announce that the Comoros engage firmly to reach the objectives 30 by 30 in terms for the biodiversity. We are ready to implement the practical, rapid, quick measures to implement the protection of our biodiversity. First, as it comes of our ocean space and our strategy for the blue economy. Of course, to make possible this intention of the 30% by 2030, as long as my country is a small country in development. We moved to 4 protected zones that need financial and technical help in order to implement this hack. And we are also ready to implement the objective 30 by 30 to reach also the exclusive economic zones. It means 30% of them by adding more or less like 50,000 square kilometers of ocean, which will allow us to add a percentage of the protected zones. And also, even though we recognize the importance of the engagement in the initiatives 30 by 30 for the country, it's crucial so that the investments become reality quickly in the framework of the partnership and with the financial help for the conservation of oceans and biodiversity in our country. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to you. Many thanks to you. And congratulations for your efforts, especially in terms of blue economy.
We understand that there is the Vice Minister of the Dominican Republic, so I would invite you to share a bit of the efforts of the Dominican Republic with regards to the implementation of Target 3. You can provide your from there or from here, as you wish.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. Apologies for the delay. It is a big venue. So just to tell you a little bit about the story of the Dominican Republic, the Dominican Republic has been very focused on achieving the results of our commitments to the 30 by 30, and we have been working up at the highest level with developing specific governance that's centered through a conservation center that is not only, it doesn't only have at the highest political level with the minister and the deputy ministers of each sectorial area, but it also has other line ministers, so it's an interministerial conservation center that is focused on achieving the results. And we have developed, according to our priorities, we have developed a list and a pipeline of projects with a concrete and detailed work plan and business case that have the global biodiversity framework at the center. And by the end of March, we are finalizing a clear and precise roadmap that we are aligning with different financing initiatives, both with public investment but also with international cooperation. And we would also like to highlight the work that we've been doing with not only presenting the results in terms of business case, but also with specific indicators that show with information and with data that we can track what our achievements are. So we are planning on launching this through qualitative and quantitative objectives. And we have a holistic plan specific for protected areas, which is 27% of the Dominican Republic's territory. Because for us, the integral, holistic strategy to protect effectively our different protected areas in the Dominican Republic is a priority. We have the creation of new marine protected areas for the Caribbean, which is shared with Colombia, which is the Cordillera Beata, which increases by 12% our marine protected areas, bringing us closer to the 30% target. So by next year, we'll have 27% of our marine protected areas, and we are working with a active and passive reforestation and ecological restoration of 30% of the degraded area in the country, which is 5,500 square kilometers, and that is before 2030. We're also developing different and innovative financial instruments like debt for nature swaps, bonds linked to sustainability, and results payment by results, but also linking biodiversity instruments and the extension of different carbon market mechanisms. Our robust governance, which is very inclusive and includes actors from our communities, from the local communities, from the academy, and also from the private sector, are helping us achieve the results that we are prioritizing. And we have very high hopes to achieve all of this at the earliest and way before our target, which is 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister.
Merci, Madame la Vice-Ministre.
Thank you very much for sharing with us all the efforts that the Dominican Republic has been doing. It's impressive to see all the interinstitutional coordination that you've been having, and also very happy to hear about the innovative financial mechanism that you are implementing. We will learn a lot from you within the High Ambition Coalition, so we're happy to coordinate. And with that, I will close this first panel. I want to thank all the panelists for your interventions and for your support. I would like to give the floor to Jason Dozier, who is the Senior Program Officer for Political Mobilization of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, who will be discussing with a panel on coordinating the French expertise on protected areas to better tackle climate change and biodiversity loss. Jason, I know that I'm giving you a very hard task on keeping time. I'm sorry that we didn't keep time on our side, but I know that you will manage to take us through. So back to you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Rita, so much. I invite you to take your seats because we will be inviting on the stage our second panel. It's a really great pleasure to have this panel today because it shows how we are connecting the national objectives with the international objectives of the Kunming-Montréal Global Biodiversity Framework. So I would like to invite on stage with me Emmanuel Sarah from the Nature Expert, who will be giving a short presentation, a short context around what is Nature Expert exactly, as well as Mr. Christophe Gilou, directeur du développement durable du ministère de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères, Monsieur Florent Merle, directeur adjoint des relations internationales à l'Office française de la biodiversité, Madame Marie Björn Langen, directrice exécutive adjointe de l'Agence française pour le développement, et Madame Stéphanie Bouzige, secrétaire générale du Fonds français pour l'environnement mondial, pour ce panel du coup dédié sur l'expertise française.
For this panel dedicated to French expertise, Emmanuel, I'm giving you the task to explain us in a few minutes your activity. I'm here to talk about the French initiative Nature Expert that is supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the French Office for Biodiversity, and the French Agency for Development, as well as the Ministry for the Transition to Expanding. It's an alliance of people who have competences dedicated to the restoration of biodiversity. The objective of this, what we do, to make it, to give it at disposal to the actors of international cooperation, allowing a concrete pair exchange coalition, and also Nature Expert is a privileged gate of entry for the protection of protected areas, as we animate a work group in La Chassée, and we are an interface between the actors of protected zones who want to conduct actions in cooperation to accompany the actions for cooperation, thanks to the work by the RAC and the tools that have been presented to you. This work group is piloted by the Ministry of French Ministry of Ecological Transition. It's also animated by National Expert. It has the objective to gather a large panel of actors who work for the protected zone in France to gather and to structure the French expertise and to feed directly the technical platform of the HAC while valorizing the French experience and the expertise. What we expect want to create a community of cooperating experts that will be connected directly to the platform and that will feed the 30 to 30 toolkit, another important tool. Certain domains of the French have been identified. We will not read them all, but what is important for me now is capacities and expertise on the adaptation of these protectors of ecological connectivity that is essential to and the competences for inclusive governance and also landscape approaches on patrimony of heritage and also cultural heritage. Thanks to our initiative, what we would want is to give to this point on-field actors and their expertise for the members of HSE so they can really engage in long-term cooperation project to create a network of links to foster examples of results in terms of protection of protected zones. All that in the context of reaching 30-30 on time. We had 30 French structures that have been mobilized. They are ready to mobilize to work for the 30-30. As Rita has said, we already have 28 offers for French expertise that are at disposal on the international platform, which means that we are the first contributing country. And I will show you the small panel of all the French actors that were interested to mobilize around the SAC. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank them for their engagement on our side. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Emmanuel, pour ta présentation.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for your presentation. Now, the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, you've been one of the first support for the High Ambition Coalition and one of the levers, one of the engines, one of the drivers. So that my question is the following: why does your ministry commit to international cooperation for protected areas, and what's at stake here? What are the issues?
Et ici, oui. Alors merci pour l'invitation.
Well, many thanks for the invitation. To start with, very quickly, three things: ambition, means, and the coalition, the High Ambition Coalition. Why are we so strongly committed? Well, first things first, because that's one of the priorities, one of France's priorities, biodiversity and forests. Just to remind you, President Macron has defined in terms of policies and development 10 priorities. France is number 4 on earth in terms of public support, financial public support to development. Among those priorities, two out of them concerns climate change fight, and second, the fight for biodiversity, forest preservation, and oceans preservation. So we are at the very top of France's political agenda when it comes to financial support to development. Second thing, biodiversity is linked with the fight, the struggle against climate change. Both are necessary, which is why we are so strongly committed. And this is why Mr. Macron and the whole government favors from scratch the creation, as you mentioned, and the implementation of the toolkits in the framework of the Montreal commitment. Means now, resources, money. France has committed to double the investments. This is to be 1 billion euros by 2025 for biodiversity protection. Mr. Macron has announced a couple of days ago here that 500 million euros in the upcoming 4 years would be put on the table to protect forests. Priorities and means, because priorities come with means. So I've talked about the ambition, the means. Third thing, the High Ambition Coalition. The Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs supports the coalition. We've provided it with an expert and means via the Ministry of Transition, the Ministry of Environment, the objective being to allow you to work as you do now, as you are doing as we speak. What we do is we value France's experience so that this can become a dialogue sharing communication platform for everybody to be able to put in place their commitments made in Montreal. So that would be about it. Ambition means, and the full support to the HAC and the Secretary in the work you are providing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this quick and concrete answer, and to remind the political ambition behind HAC and how you say we try to marry the political and technical ambitions. And on this subject, we have another actor in France. It's OFB Florent. It's you I'm speaking to. My question to you would be how the OFB participates in the implementation in this Objective 3030. Okay, thank you very much, Jason. I will answer quickly in 3 points how the OFD does at the national level, in the field, and at the international level. How do we participate? This is our mission, to work on the conservation, the protection, and the restoration of biodiversity. Our institution has been created 3 years ago to become a national reference actor on the question of biodiversity, and to talk about other ambitions and to act in the field. So we have 5 main missions: politic actions at the international level, the development of expertise and knowledge and research on the habitats and species, the environment police, the mobilization of actors and citizens, and finally the management of protected zones, which leads me to the second point: contribution on the field, because through this fifth mission, the OFB becomes a major actor of the implementation of the policy on protected areas. I'm thinking about natural marine parks, and I'm talking also about other reserves, species, and we'll directly connected with national parks. So the goal is to create a network of all the managers of these protected zones. We have the conference of these protected areas that works 4 times a year to explain to all the actors our actions. And the third thing, on the international, we rely on SNAP, this famous strategy, to have a international ambition, and 2 measures help us as the complementary of the management we want to give out this proposal, the French experience in this domain, in this area, that led us to cooperation with the IFD and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Ecological Transition. That led us to this, to gather around the French hub that will give us all the necessary expertise to take care of the objectives as planned.
Thank you very much, Florent. We'll have the opportunity later to talk about the climate biodiversity synergies, thanks to a presentation that will follow later. You might have noticed that it was Nature Day yesterday. For the first time, biodiversity was showcased clearly during a climate COP with a high-level event yesterday morning. Commitments, pilot committees from the HAC, most ministers were there, which shows a real will to link one with the other. A French development agency, the IFD. How do you think the HAC and the Nature Expert Network contributes to the biodiversity and climate struggles? Well, thank you. Many thanks for the invitation and thank you for the question. My answer will be divided into three parts as well. First thing, let me remind that climate and biodiversity are at the very heart of the AFD's commitment. As you might know, the AFD is the first development bank that is aligned with the Paris Agreement commitments and it has been so since 2017 on. We also want to stick to the biodiversity framework by 2027. This is a strong commitment for us. We confirm biodiversity as a basic strategic marker, just as climate. That would be for a start. Second thing, for the projects we back financially, we fund restoration and conservation projects, biodiversity plus ecosystems. That's for one thing. We are looking at integrating those dimensions for all the sectors we fund: agriculture, urban development, water, etc. The projects that are dedicated to biodiversity made it in 2022 for 200 million euros, more or less, which means we protect 41 million hectares. And these projects contribute to the 30% objectives, protecting 30% of the lands and seas by 2030, which is the target, the must in terms of biodiversity climate, and that is something that favours the HAC. Third thing, apart from the money we are bringing on, what seems to me to be of huge importance is the support to capacities reinforcement to the managers at the local and national level for the ecosystems, in which framework the support will bring nature experts is huge, which is why we thank and hail this partnership that seems to us to be of huge importance, and we hope it will bring the support that is needed by the local and national partners from this point of view on these topics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think that's we're getting from the adoption into the implementation, and here we need science and financial assistance. So here I'm asking Stephanie for the this project, SAC France, is innovative in terms of sharing competences, and what is the added value, according to you, of this work group? To answer, no, but not other than 3 points. Just one. I think that innovation relies on exchange of experiences and of practices and a dialogue between the practitioners, the experts, the science, the researchers, the public and private actors, and the civil society. This is the good thing to put in contact experts from the south and from the north and from France. This is why I'm talking about innovation in the first place, because we are a public fund after the summit in Rio that finances pilot projects in the countries of South. We are in AFD, but they have the money, so the money for us come from AFD. But I'm saying again, the innovative approaches will be able to be part of this objective 2030, like creation of protected zones in an innovative way. And we support the exchange of experience, expertise, and the practices and solutions between France and countries of the South through natural expert, like we did in Mexico, for example, on the creation of País Cultural Biomexico, like we do today in Morocco, between the different the 7 parks with the financial help of AFD and French expertise. So again, it's about contacting people to innovate more.
Merci beaucoup à tous.
Many thanks to all of you for your support, of course. Nature Experts, the High Ambition Coalition. I would like to underline that France is the first country to organize itself at the international level in order to identify the expertise, which is quite precious because that helps explaining what we've done in France to become a source of inspiration perhaps for other countries who can then request technical and financial support from us. A round of applause for you. Now, since we are talking about technical assistance, we have lots of offers that are already available on the platform. I would like to ask Emmanuelle for her to explain what types of offers we've got on the platform. Emmanuelle, feel free to take the floor.
Merci Jason.
Thank you, Jason. I'd like to provide you with some bits of information about the type of expertise you can find on the platform. I've mentioned protected areas management guidelines earlier, in which frameworks, in order to illustrate the skills, I would like to show you this platform. It's about protected areas preservation. The project was created on the basis of a common observation, which was that since the climate evolution is already visible in our protected areas, and since those impacts are tangible and sensible and measured scientifically, because biodiversity is affected by all the changes that occur at all the scales, from the organisms to the ecosystems at a macro scale. Climate change and its consequences have effects on the manager specialty, but the adaptation is not considered completely because of the lack of adaptive tools. That's an observation. Together with 9 partners, we decided to tackle the issue and to create the Nature Adapt project. It's a European project with 3 main objectives. The first being to provide managers with tools so that they can adapt. The second being to structure and lead an experts community so that they can share experiences and good practices, and then to use levers for the adaptation to be implemented and put in place in a tangible way. It's a project that has been financed by the EU, the Ministry of Environment in France, and the French Office for Biodiversity, plus the Capellina Foundation. So it's a coordinated project with several partners, Europark, PNR from Morvan, the PNR means Parc National, National Parks, and the Little Camargue from Alsace, various actors, as you can see on the screen, right side of the screen. The project has been backed financially. I have one of the results. I will showcase the results using a short video that will show you a flagship project. We've created a MOOC around protected areas adaptation.
Le changement climatique est en cours et les conclusions du GIEC sont sans appel. Les impacts du changement climatique se voient sur les territoires, dont les aires protégées.
Le climat change, la nature change. Nous le constatons tous. Nous aussi, nous devons changer, nous adapter. Alors comment faire? Comment nous, gestionnaires, pouvons-nous nous adapter au changement climatique? Quelle place, quel rôle devons-nous jouer? Et comment nous y prendre concrètement? Comment continuer à assurer une mission en tenant compte de cette nouvelle composante qu'est le changement climatique?
Pour vous aider dans votre démarche d'adaptation, nous vous proposons une formation en ligne conçue dans le cadre du projet Life Natural. Cette formation sera l'occasion de mieux comprendre le changement climatique, ses effets sur la nature et également comment intégrer le changement climatique dans vos pratiques de gestion.
Elle vous permettra d'élargir vos connaissances sur ce sujet complexe et de changer de regard sur notre aire protégée. Nous serons en capacité de mettre vos lunettes changement climatique. qui n'ont trompé, et aussi d'agir malgré les incertitudes.
Très concrètement, elle vous apportera les compétences nécessaires pour mettre en place une démarche d'adaptation à l'échelle de votre aire protégée face au changement climatique. Comment? En mettant en place un diagnostic de vulnérabilité et un plan d'adaptation.
La formation Nature Adapt se base sur une méthodologie expérimentée sur 21 aires protégées, représentatives de différents statuts de protection, milieux naturels, activités humaines et aussi conditions climatiques.
Développée par des experts, des chercheurs, des ingénieurs pédagogiques et des gestionnaires, cette formation se compose en 6 séquences de cours. Vous y trouverez des vidéos, des activités pratiques pour ancrer vos apprentissages, des ressources pour aller plus loin, mais également des activités d'auto-évaluation.
Qu'est-ce que le changement climatique? Quels sont ses effets sur la nature? Comment cela se traduit-il dans les aires protégées?
Que faire en tant que gestionnaire?
Comment s'y prendre pour imaginer le futur d'une aire protégée?
Comment évaluer la vulnérabilité du patrimoine naturel de mon aire protégée?
Comment définir la stratégie des actions d'adaptation de mon aire protégée?
Voilà quelques exemples de questions qui seront abordées lors de la formation.
Suivez la formation Nature Adapt pour apprendre, mais également pour partager vos expériences avec les pédagogues, mais aussi avec d'autres gestionnaires.
Voilà donc pour. So we've been diving in the depth of the project. It lasted 5 years. Just achieved it. The iterative approach was in 4 or 5 phases. First, we created tools and methods that didn't exist earlier for protected areas protection. It was on 6 natural reserves, a small pool in France. Then it has been deployed over 15 sites with representing various management methods in terms of use, activities, etc. And then a deployment phase in order to value the effects, showcase the effects at a French and international scale. Many results have come off in terms of scientific papers, vulnerability diagnosis and adaptation plans for 21 areas. So the project is over, but thanks to the dynamics that have been created, that has emerged, some other projects were born, so that we can copy-paste this approach in other places. To conclude, the fruits, the emergence and the construction of a real managers community that have been empowered by the approach, they are deploying it, decimating it, so the potential of the project is huge beyond France and Europe, and I guess many HAT members could be interested shortly thereafter in the upcoming months and years.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Another example of a project at the heart of the platform of HSC that will present us Florent, the Life Artisan project. What could you tell us about it? One more time, France was the first country to really to give technical assistance. We're happy just to have OFB included in this. Hello, Minister. Hello, everyone. As you know, the OFB is very engaged in the adaptation of the territories to climate change through a project called Life Artisan. It's an initiative piloted by the OFB that wants to deploy and implement on the whole French area methods for adaptation. The principle is that we need to implement the requirement of national plans. Life Artisan goes together with the national plan number 2. We've spoke a lot about the definition on the solutions based on nature. Now the idea is to give body to this definition with the implementation, experimental, new solutions to test in real life these solutions. So the project, in a few figures, it's a project that was started in 2020 for 8 years, financed at 60% by the European Commission and 40% by the French. It's piloted by the French Office for the Bioindustry. and it's based on two beneficiaries, associate beneficiaries. The idea is to implement two tools. First of all, it's a program with 10 pilot locations on sea everywhere in France, including the overseas, to implement local projects of S7. They are directly financed, and they also have tools of evaluation to understand what functions, what does not function. Here is the map of the different sites in France. We can quote a few examples like the restoration of forests that allow to face or prepare the loss of efficiency, the impermeabilization of soils, and also mangroves. I'm getting in the details of two examples. First, on the mangroves in Martinique, the idea was to work on how to do it in one zone that was touched by the port. The mangroves could start to grow on the sand that was there, and close to the army port that was very close. I must say that the army is very well engaged in this action. Second example, on Hayes in Normandy, we are attached to a French plan about the ecological connectivity to limit the infiltration of water and to work on well-being of animals and people. The second tool is the implementation of a regional animation to allow to facilitate in the territories the mission to imply all the parties. So we have 14 regional heads that are focal points for the implementation with all service possible parties and agencies and local authorities to work on the integration of the nature-based solutions in policies. This is what our project covers, and it's a big success, and we hope that this project will develop. Of course, it's important because it allows us to insist on the crisis of biodiversity and climate crisis, and will give some synergic solutions for these problems. And it emphasizes the importance of local in order to implement such national solutions. Thank you.
Merci.
Many thanks, Florent, and many thanks to all the speakers for their work. A word from the Secretary to tell you that we focused on the tools, on creating tools. Now in 2024, the goal will be to disseminate, organizing regional workshops in order to train teams on the field, so we are ready and committed to keep on cooperating with you. So, words of conclusion for this side event. We have the pleasure to welcome Mr. Christophe Béchu, Minister of the Environment, Territorial Consistency and Ecological Transition, feel invited to take place behind the lectern. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank those who took the floor today, and you, everyone, each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, with the words, with thanks, applause to the HAT Secretary, and especially to Rita. She's improving her French. She's lucky enough to have within her team one of those who were part of the negotiation team during COP28, by the way. I will tell you very simply to what extent this event is deeply emotional for me. I had prepared many texts to read, but forget it. I talk from the bottom of my heart. A year ago, diplomats were joining Montreal, starting negotiations. Nobody would know back then how they will end. Francis decided to launch an upstream initiative, this HAC, together with Costa Rica. So we made it there with several countries. During COP15 we did our best to increase the number. As we speak, it's 118 countries joined the coalition. China as well, the last one on the list. If we are to remember how harsh, how fierce the negotiations were during China's presidency, they didn't want to commit on sea. If you remember how difficult it was, the discussion with certain countries opposing the 30-30, because this would be a threat for their economical development, for their ability to feed their very peoples. Now, see what's happening. We can thank the philanthropists, France and Costa Rica. You can measure how long away we've gone. What's happening at the French pavilion is even more. And I would like to thank all the nature, all the experts, and all those who took part in the discussion, because what's behind it, when it's coming to it, it's not about talking about notions, it's about making things operational, so that at every scale, the national one and the international one, to be able to implement the 30 by 30 strategy. My conviction is, each time you ask something, you have to be, each time you ask people to do something, you have to be an example. With all due modesty, working with Costa Rica means you work with a country that has showcased, without waiting for international commitments, how able they are to fight against climate change and protect biodiversity. 3 weeks ago, on the 27th of November, France has showcased its strategy for biodiversity. The Prime Minister gave a momentum to this international strategy. 40 action papers, the first being the 30 by 30. The strategy, national strategy for protected areas, and the will to make, and it's not just because it looks fancy, it's just because it's about the reality of what we are going to do within the protected areas. It's about making actions out of the words, about turning words into actions. In the upcoming days, weeks, months, my work, the government's work, will be to make sure the strategy is not only a governmental strategy, but something that becomes reality on the field. So we have to work with the local authorities. I would like to thank and hail Autun mayor. He's very much committed around these subjects. Now we are putting in place COPs, regional COPs. In each region, I've participated in 7, 8 such COPs. There is another one tomorrow afternoon and 3 others next week. I'll be thinking about those who will be still here, during which regional COPs we tell local authorities, regions, you know what, if we are to shift from the global to the local, we have to think together about how we could accelerate adaptation, mitigation and biodiversity protection, how to implement, how to regionalize a national strategy. Within national parks you have the regional management. Within the protected areas it's about doing it in a more narrow way. We've even gone further since we've committed to create a new national park in France which will be dedicated to the wetlands. You probably know how important this fight is. Beyond the protected areas, some protected areas should be even more protected than others. The needs are sometimes even more painful, even more blatant. We started talking with local authorities to be sure they endorse the strategy. No, so it's about adapting the global to the national to the regional. The idea is to share experiences, basing upon those who are here, but also on the others, the remote partners that are able to bring some elements. But it's not about copy-pasting what Costa Rican France do. It's about bespoke working. There is no one fits to all. Guinea, Thailand, Mexico, countries where Spain. Some of their pieces of advice have been disseminated. In the upcoming month, as you said, in 2024, the idea is to upscale and multiply the amount of countries where those solutions are used, taking into consideration the local context, the ecosystem, and seeing how, concretely speaking, the advice, the initiatives that have been developed by professionals confront to activists, to mayors, to city councillors and such, how to accelerate in terms of climate. We are considering, we know what the degree of emergency is, but we should talk more about the degree of emergency in terms of biodiversity. 2030 is close, and it might seem hard to hear during a climate COP, but we have 6 years to make it. We can't at the same time see that 75% of the planet is being polluted to the extent that it has to be stopped now, without saying how protected areas preservation and biodiversity protection important is. We have to keep on fighting at every level. You don't get from one side, cutting the emissions cutting, and from the other side biodiversity, and from the third side adaptation. It's interconnected. Those are the three faces of a single phenomenon. Climate change makes it urgent to go further in terms of biodiversity. Even via adaptation, we have to avoid poor adaptations, so that we have to integrate adaptation so that we preserve biodiversity. We've accelerated in terms of biodiversity, so that we get nature-based solutions to fight climate change, so that we can avoid the vicious cycle and create a virtuous cycle. Let's quit every form of climate denialism and cut emissions so that we preserve a planet that is livable, not only for us human beings, but for all kinds of life on Earth. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what happened here is fundamental from many points of view. It's full French, first things. We don't even have to use headsets to understand a foreign language. And jokes apart, it's a crucial moment because we were showing that the previous COPs were not merely about hammers, shouts of joy. It's a change. It's a tipping point, and what's true for that COP will be true for the other ones. Thank you for this important moment. This is a true momentum. This is a true move. Thanks to all the stakeholders, and many thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here today.
Merci à vous.